Tingimonitari.
Sometimes I'm going to clean my music for now. I know.
What's that?
I'm going to switch off music for now. I just want to make sure
It's fine. It's fine.
So I check something.
1, 2. Am I live?
Yes. Audio is
coming in.
Audio is coming in.
It's coming in.
Yeah.
Check.
Yeah,
The audio is fine.
1, 2. So even I stream on my laptop when I need to do music.
Okay.
It's live from camp.
Why is
Why is it
More
a
like,
female?
it's more like.
There is.
Found it.
Yeah. Yeah. The audio.
2. I use 1, 2, 3.
Oh, it's here. Small thing. Which means I'm like, ever feel to need in.
So this guy's going to jack from here to Labana. So my plan is, do you think they can run it from the speaker?
So what do you need? You need audio from the camera.
Audio
We're going to set up our own mic.
Audio for the camera will back up to this one. So that I don't have to use this sound here because it was giving us issues on this laptop.
Don't you have made
When I need to do
check.
Spotify there.
Spotify, ne?
As I'm saying, if we're to set up our own mic on the camera itself.
That will help
Another
in
is
the backup. We'll just need a backup in case this thing here. If you want to
get this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
So what do you think could be happening on your laptop? Do you think it's to drive or
Maybe it could be a drive issue.
I'm running a lot of stuff. And it was only 2x.
Can you give me open for me?
1, 2. We've done a 15 now on our side. Now we need them to play that Spotify.
Yeah.
code.
Let me just do this real quick. Where's the settings? Display. Yay. But why is this all?
I just delete it for Spotify.
It's fine. Display. Where is the display? It looks clean.
Yeah.
10 minutes. Same now. Just for now. Oh, is it live now?
Yep.
Things are fast now. Or is it because of the Mac?
Not really.
Or is it because of the internet speed or something?
Yeah, it's a different Wi-Fi.
Oh, no. Yes, 7.
If it's going to be 7 nami ngisusela bya lento lapha kulesa screen ayifuneki.
Yeah, so say Susa will say keep.
If it is
So now I need to play.
I
I need to play
this
my
screen.
music. How do I do it now? Now I brought back the sound card. Or I use the sound card.
You can still do it, but now you're gonna have to. So if Punjalo, you can still play because you're the only one that needs to be unmuted.
Okay.
So
For now I'm not on Zoom, I'm just on YouTube.
alright, hundreds. Attention.
Ngiyabona mfethu. Mara I don't want to open Spotify here ngoba YouTube ingangipa izizwe strength.
Yeah. Okay.
So how do I send you this playlist here?
And I link up.
Yeah.
And you can send me some airdrop, send a link.
I don't even remember how I got the link.
As long as you have the playlist.
My link account.
Ngibona lensana masiqala ihlanye ngifuna bangaphandle.
And then press share, yeah.
Copy link.
Copy link, yeah.
Copy link.
Yeah. And then mark
But
that
then
down.
we
And
know
then I'll
ama-beats,
download.
mina ama-beats.
Hey, mfethu. Ngizela ngiyaphi.
Wena usakhuluma ukuthi umnandi ama since bakasendlini.
Oh yeah. I think what was important one was this the bush part.
Saphila kunjani?
She said, I'm just playing music in the house now.
And everything will be fine.
This only shot, this is there Nina. Masemkala nenza kanje ngiyabhalela.
Just connect to secondary.
Yeah, you're also gonna run it through. Yeah. Where's that thing?
Yeah.
You have come here.
Just test it.
Yeah, receive a lot.
This one I usually give me. This was like a capture
Yeah.
card. It's a backup in case something goes wrong. So when I find a camera, it's a test like OBS system. But that would be the backup. That's a good option.
Let me just send it to myself.
Yo, yeah, this.
This is me.
Yeah, this like 20 seconds for sure. Ngiyakutshela futhi ukuthi uma ungalayiti umculo sizoba ngcono. Yabona manje i-break ukuthi kuthulekile.
Chilling
I think we should start. What?
For sure.
Yeah, but
Let's just let them come in and then
I need that.
okay. Athi dlala umculo.
Okay, we're getting the link and use it now.
Okay, yeah.
Sara yazicima lezi zinto or
Yeah, ungaletha bathini.
The ox.
Sure.
Yeah, one is a fee and I go and fetch it.
The Oxford.
It's a fee.
it's only PC.
Okay. I was saying I've changed some settings so I can go check now.
Hello, hello. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. We are just about to start, and we're just waiting for some of the speakers to get their makeup ready so that when they stand here, they will look so beautiful. So you give us 5 more minutes, and then we will start the program. And thank you for coming on time. We're going to have a fantastic day. All right, I'll see you shortly.
So it's press and hold.
once again. Can I have your attention, please? DJ, thank you. Don't get me started, okay? We have a day full of amazing programs. So if I start dancing here, everything will be canceled, okay? When my two left feet touch the dance floor, you can imagine what happens. So, just so that the people coming late will not struggle and disrupt the event too much, I would like to ask the people on this side if we can first fill up this part of the room, because there's still a lot of people that are coming through. So if you can just move a little bit from your seat over here, and we leave the other part to the latecomers. I'm sorry to move you from your seat that you've been warming. I know some people have bought plots in the room. We will do a refund for you later. And the people at the back, please, would you move a bit forward as well, to leave room for those that are coming later so that they don't disrupt too much of our program. Thank you. Thank you to those that are actually making an effort to move. So yes, our program starts right now. Who is excited to be here? Come on, who is excited to be here? Come on, yes, that's better. This is the G20. Come on, how can you not be excited? And for those that are joining us online, we want to give you a South African warm welcome. Put your hands together, welcome yourself in the room, and welcome those that are joining us online as well. Come on, you can do better. Come on, yes! Welcome to the 2025 G20 hosted by South Africa. And we are here on this segment, the AI Village, hosted by Carla. So, welcome once again. Today I will be your host. My name is Nikki Verd. I am an author, an AI thought leader, a speaker as well. And I'm very excited about the conversations that are happening on the continent around artificial intelligence. Has anyone heard about me in the room before today? Okay, let me ask the question again. Has anyone heard about me in the room before today? I see a few hands going up, just a very few hands. Come on, this is a room full of people. I guess my friends have been lying to me. They told me that I'm very famous, so I always want to test that theory to see, is that really true? And every time I tell them, you see, nobody knows about me. I tell you the truth, nobody knows about me. So, anyway, we're going to carry it forward with the program. And, if anyone has been around Sandton, or just Joburg in general, these past few days, you've seen the insane amount of security. Anyone noticed? I'm literally asking myself, are there any policemen left in any part of South Africa? It looks like the entire police force has been moved to Johannesburg. Yesterday I was at the Marriott and I couldn't even get in at the Marriott Hotel. I'm like, this is insane. And it reminded me of being, a few months ago, I think 2 months ago, being in Nigeria, Abuja, for Chief of Defense Conference. And this conference brought together the Chief of Defense from across Africa, so it was a very military environment, And they had booked us in this amazing hotel. I was there to speak about the threats that are digitally, not just physically, speak about AI and the digital threats. And they had put us in this beautiful hotel. So one of the mornings, I got out of my room ready to join the conference, and I got in the lift. When I got in the lift, I was alone somehow inside that lift. And I turned around and I saw someone had, well, at that time I didn't know, but there was a bag in the lift. So it was just me and a small bag left at the corner. All right. I'm on the 4th floor or 5th floor, somewhere around that. I'm thinking, okay, this lift better make fast before this bomb explodes. And I'm thinking to myself, Nikki, okay, what are you doing among so much military? Now is the day you have been wrongly targeted. This is definitely a bomb hanging in here. You're about to die, because wherever government officials are gathered, there's a lot of protection around, and there are lots of people trying to harm them. So anyway, that was my fear that day, but thank God I went downstairs and I couldn't wait for the lift to open. I ran out and I called the security. There's a bag in here. They just came and checked. Oh, it's just somebody's clothes. They probably forgot it. So whenever I see so much security, it always reminds me of that experience. And I thought to myself, oh God, I didn't die that day. I still have a long life to live, you know. So yeah, every time there's a lot of military around, I'm like, okay. But I'm also wondering why? Why are people or why are government officials so afraid? And they have to have so much police around them. Wow, okay, I think that's a story for another day. I want to be invited back here, right? So, a few housekeeping rules. For those that just came in, the toilets are on this side. When you walk out of the room, you turn to, which hand is this? Right. So you turn to your right, you will see the toilets just right here. And if someone is sleeping or dozing because we just had lunch next to you, just kick them, right? And the urban, like, did your sleeping pills kick in? You know? You try to wake them up. So we're going to start our program this morning, this afternoon, by inviting one of the guests of honor that we have in the room to give us a few remarks before we have our opening keynote. And before we do that, I actually just want to welcome all of you that are here, some that have traveled far, some are all the way from other parts of Africa, Kenya, and want to give a warm welcome to the team that has actually made this AI village possible. Put your hands together for Shikon and the team to have made this possible. Thank you so much. A team came all the way from Nairobi, Kenya to make this happen. So this is really, something worth appreciating them for putting in all the effort. Some people haven't slept for you and I to be sitting here right now. So with that being said, I'm going to call our first opening remark, and it will be from no other than Dumisani Zontlo. I've been with him on several platforms, so it is my honor to introduce you once again. And he is from the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. He is the Acting Director for Information Society Impact Assessment and Evaluation at the South African Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, where he helps shape national policy as the country's AI policy lead. He plays a key role in developing South Africa's national AI policy, championing ethical, accountable, and inclusive adoption of AI. He also helps establish the National AI Network to strengthen collaboration across government, industry, academia, and civil society. Internationally, he has represented South Africa in forums such as the G20 Culture Working Group. A frequent public speaker, he engages on AI, digital transformation, and innovation. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dumisani Zontlo. You're welcome.
Thank you, Nikki. Thank you so much. Wow, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. You know, I'd written a little speech which kind of looks like that of a politician, but I look around the room and notice, that's not going to work. So, you know, to everybody, every friend who's here, every colleague who's here, everybody from across the world, we would like to say good afternoon and welcome to Joburg. Welcome to Josie. Has anyone heard that name before? Josie. Yes. So this is Josie. But most of all, welcome to the Africa AI Village at G20. On behalf of the government of the Republic of South Africa, it's my singular honor to welcome each one of you to this gathering and to congratulate Kala, but also Dr. Shiko Gitau and her team, as well as all their partners for making this possible. Can you please give them a round of applause? Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. We're not going to tell the story of how we first met her, but everything about her is about the movement of molecules. Wherever she is, molecules are just moving. She is not the laziest person you've ever met. She is the most active person you'll ever meet. So as we say in South Africa, from Cape to Cairo, from Morocco to Madagascar. So in forums which deal with global digital governance, Africa's voice is coming across clearer, louder, stronger, but also more really coordinated. So over the past year, South Africa's presidency of the G20 has demonstrated that the global majority, countries like Africa, you see, I call it a country, Africa, India, Latin America, Southeast Asia, are no longer standing at the periphery of technological transformation. Together, we are shaping the future. We're shaping the principles, we're shaping the priorities and the pathways for responsible AI governance. So we're doing that from our own lived experiences. We're not doing it from the lived experiences of people from, from somewhere else. It's definitely from our own continental aspirations. So ladies and gentlemen, this city of Johannesburg is where it's really a melting pot. We grew up in this country where, if someone goes to Joburg, you knew that their life is going to change, their family is going to change completely. So this is a crossroads. It's a place where new industries are born, where societies are reinvented. We live here with people from Malawi, from Nigeria, from Ghana, from Morocco. We live with people from all over the world and all over the continent here. So Joburg is a bridge between Africa's rising AI leadership and the road to India. 2026, we are going to be meeting in India for a global dialogue, which is called the AI Impact Summit. And that's going to be in New Delhi in February 2026. So Africa's leadership, ladies and gentlemen, is rising. And it's becoming more coordinated. So South Africa's work in the AU, especially the AI for Africa initiative, shows that we have a shared determination to build computing capacity, to expand access to data, to strengthen research, to ensure that AI works for our people in our own languages, in our own context, and for our own development. So Africa is not merely catching up, ladies and gentlemen. Africa is not merely catching up. So if I would quote the Director General of Smart Africa, Mr. Lasina Kone, Africa is redefining the finishing line. We are doing that in our own terms. So in the G20, for the first time, held on African soil, has provided a platform where Africa's priorities are not an afterthought anymore. We are a core part of the conversation. So please give this G20 a round of applause. So Joburg is really a launchpad for the global AI, the global majority's AI ambition. So hosting this gathering here, Shiko, is not just symbolic. It is strategic. There's a huge reason why it's not even coincidental. So from this city, we're going to reconnect and connect our continental momentum with the global work that's taking place. So Joburg is a place where ideas become institutions. So from here, it will be clear that Africa is ready to lead, ready to partner, and ready to innovate at scale. So it's here, particularly the G20, where we see a generational moment. And the global majority right here has articulated shared priorities, particularly through the task force for AI in the G20. We said that we're standing up for equitable access to data and computing power, for a well-developed regulatory capacity, for trustworthy governance systems, for multilingual and multicultural AI, and for connectivity that leaves no one behind. So as we open the Africa AI Village, we're demonstrating what happens when Africa speaks with one voice and when our partners come together with us on an equal footing. So we understand, ladies and gentlemen, that no single government, no single company or institution can shape the direction of AI. And that's why we need you in this conversation. We need each of you. And when you leave this conversation, tell people about this conversation, because you're going to hear more about the Africa AI village. You're going to hear about it in context, and we're going to need you to send out, tell people wherever they are, whether they are in Luanda, whether they are in Rwanda, tell them of the AI Africa village. So as we gather today, we have an opportunity to align with a single vision of Africa. And this vision was recently articulated in a city called Algiers, up in Algeria. And I just want to echo it for us before I sit down. So this is a vision of Africa with AI. And it says it's a vision of an Africa where farmers predict weather with precision, where we optimize soil use, we access fair markets, where health workers diagnose diseases early, even in remote areas, where we're using AI tools which operate in local languages, where classrooms are where every child learns at their own pace, where indigenous languages are fully supported, where education is borderless, where smart cities reduce congestion and conserve energy, where we make urban life more dignified. This is an Africa which powers itself with renewable energy, protects wildlife, strengthens financial inclusion. So this Africa is not a distant dream, ladies and gentlemen. It is within our reach. So let it be said as I sit down, that just as Africa is shaped like a barrel of, like a gun, that South Africa is kind of like the muzzle or the barrel. And that from this AI village at the G20 in South Africa, let it be said that this is where the spark was lit. This is where the spark was lit. So as South Africa welcomes you to Johannesburg, I welcome you to the Africa AI Village. Let all that potential come to the surface, and the world shall marvel that this great continent begins to set new economic and social trends. Welcome to the AI Village at the G20. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dumisani. You can do better than that. Did you hear what he just said? This is where it all started. What a powerful words of remark. Thank you so much. And what a powerful welcome to this event. I mean, this is amazing. Absolutely. Thank you. You just took the words out of my mouth. So, ladies and gentlemen, can you please put your phones on silent? Okay? If someone is dying, they will have to call another person maybe to get to you. And also, we need to share the good news that is happening here, the excitement. You saw the energy Dumisani brought on stage. We need to share that online. So the hashtag is AI Village G20, all right? Hashtag AI Village G20, am I right? Okay. If you don't know what to say, just say Nikki Bird is killing it at the G20 AI Village, all right? Just take a photo of me. You know, this is my good side for those who are taking photos. Just take a photo of me, post it online, and say Nikki Bird is killing it at the Africa AI Village G20. But come on, let's spread the word, okay? Let's make Twitter, Instagram, wherever you are hanging out digitally, let them know what is happening here. You know, there are people that talk about Africa being behind, Africa doing so bad in the global economy, Africa, you know, just all the bad things about Africa. And they have these conversations with a latte in their hands, you know, and they do absolutely nothing to change the narrative. Am I right? You've seen those type of people, right? Start any conversation about Africa. They have nothing positive to say about Africa. They will say all the bad things about Africa and with a latte in their hands, and they go back to sleep. But there's one woman who is not doing that. She is like, we are changing the narrative. We are going to make sure that Africa is not left behind. We are going to let people know that Africa is going to lead this race. There are conversations of whether Africa is even in the race, but we know that we are in the race, right? Because we have everything that will make this revolution successful. Africa has it. The resources, the demographics, the youngest population in the world, plus problems. Africa is blessed with problems, all right? Hello? Africa is blessed with problems, and AI is about solving problems. Other Western worlds, they've run out of innovation or things to innovate. They don't know what else to do. But right here on the continent, we have so many problems, and that is where AI is going to bring real value. But there are people driving this change, driving the change that is happening on the continent, and one of them is right here in the room, and it's one of the reasons we are here today, and it's no other than Dr. Chikon. Put your hands together for her as she come on stage. Come on, you can do better than that. Can I hear some noise? Woo!
I'll use this. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you so. Can you hear me? Okay, it works. Thank you so much. I'm really touched. I mean, energy in this room is so exciting. I feel like everybody is watching this on YouTube is thinking, why am I not in that room? Because even me from the front, I want to sit in the middle and make noise with everyone. I think the mic is not working. It's working now? Okay. I'm feeling so sad coming after Dumisani. I don't want to say anything that is going to water down that, but protocol required him to come in first, yeah? If I'd known that was his speech, I'd have said, no protocol, I'm going in first, so you can do this second. So my word is, I don't have like a prepared speech. My word is to welcome you to the African AI Village. This is the 5th edition of the village. And we started as Nikki has said, and see, and as Dumisani has said, we started this as a platform to platform Africa. As Kala, we've been working on the AI space for the past 6 years, and for the longest time, it was about 5 people who were invited on all global platforms to speak about Africa. What they forget is Africa has 1.5 billion people. Yes, a few of us have PhDs. Yes, a few of us did work for Microsoft and Google and Meta and OpenAI, but many people in Africa are doing amazing things, yeah? But people in Africa will not be seen if they're not getting platformed and their voices being amplified. And it was an ambitious dream during the Paris Action Summit, AI Action Summit, to say we have to have Africa in the room. And when they didn't give us a space on their table, we created our own table. And this is the African table. And we welcome all of you to participate in this, and you will see we are very unconference, yes? Our goal is to have 100, 120 people in a room to have proper conversation. We'll have a few panels to ignite the conversation, but most of the conversations will happen with you. We know some of you have flown. We were looking through the registration form and thinking, oh my God, why do they want to come to the village? Yeah? But I love the energy that you brought in. We want to tap into you. What we do is we compile these reports that we realize are being consumed globally. Is every convening we do a report saying this is what Africa needs. So when you're putting it's end of the year, beginning of the year for some companies, here is what Africa needs. Here is what you put in your strategy to plan for Africa next year. Yeah, we've had conversations, and hopefully NVIDIA is coming today, Google is coming today, we're having Huawei people, we're having everybody. Microsoft is one of our great partners today, and she's going to be speaking to us soon. The goal is to be able to be at the table, but have our own table to define what Africa needs from an AI perspective. I keep telling people say, oh, we should not reinvent the wheel, AI is being built, we should just ride on it. Guys, 2011 is when Fei did that breakthrough work around machine learning, yeah? 2017 is when the transformer paper came. That is less than 10 years ago. And just 2 days ago, Jan, the chief scientist of Meta, quit because he does not think LLMs are the right way to do AI, which means that we have a blank slate to redefine AI. So we do not want to let ourselves down by waiting for somebody else to define it for us. As Jan is defining, we will be defining, yeah? And we don't need all the compute in the world. We'll work with our constraint, and we have a panel this afternoon about building with constraint. We work with what we have. That is what Africa has been known for. We are turning what people say resilience. When you're talking about Africa, African people are resilient. We are turning that on its head and saying, we are builders. Innovation comes from that resilience. and you're going to innovate amazing. So I'm really happy to have all of you here. Welcome. Please do move. So note that we had 300 people signing up, so we know people are going to be coming. Hopefully the rains and the traffic will stop some of them. That is... but we hope that you can have a good time and you have an amazing evening of networking, cocktails, drinks, and an amazing DJ who's going to come and we're going to have an exciting time. So welcome and have fun. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. What powerful words. She is the mind and the brains behind what we are experiencing here today, you know. She's more of an action lady than a talking person, like I said before. I know there's a part of my introduction that I forgot to say earlier, which people always wonder, why does she talk like that? You know, I am originally from Cameroon, and when I told someone earlier today, they was like, how was your flight? It's like, from where? So I'm originally from Cameroon, but I've lived in South Africa for almost 20 years. So there was no flight yesterday. I literally live less than a kilometer from here. So, so I could have walked here if I wanted, if not for my heels, you know. So yeah, I am from Cameroon, and people always ask me here, like, why do you talk like that? I'm like, well, I'm not from here. And then when I go home, they also ask me, why you talk like that? So I kind of worked out why I talk like that. You know, South Africa is a very multicultural country with so many languages. So I blame the Afrikaners, I blame the Zulus, and all the people that have picked up their accent that made me kind of sound the way I do, right? Because now when I go home, they keep asking me, where do I come from? Because I sound completely different from what normal Cameroonian we sound like. So we are about to go to another interesting part of our conversation this morning. I keep saying morning. Come on, Nikki, wake up. Afternoon, right? Listen, those who are not attending the AI village, I can only have one message for them. They didn't attend the G20. That's all. Right? This is where the real conversation is happening. If there's anything that's going to happen on the continent, AI has to be at the forefront. So for those who are not here, they can't tell anybody that they came for a G20. That's all I'm saying. So let's carry on. So our keynote this afternoon is going to be from Ambassador Dr. Lavina Ramkisson, and she's from AU Asterisk Co-Chair of the African Union. Her Excellency, Ambassador Lavina, recognized among the top 10 global AI leaders, champions responsible human-centric AI across Africa. When I read this, I was so excited. I was like, oh my God, that's my person. That's my person. All right. Combining expertise in psychology, technology, and economics, she advises the African Union, thank God, co-chairs the AU Fourth Industrial Revolution Councils, and serves as the ambassador at the TUM Institute for Ethics in AI. She mentors startups, supports emerging tech talent, and drives inclusive digital transformation in 27 African countries. Hello! Known as Mama AI, she promotes ethical, socially impactful technology, a futurist and strategic leader. She bridges technical depth with visionary guidance, shaping Africa's AI ecosystem for sustainable, equitable progress. Ladies and gentlemen, will you help me put your hands together for Dr. Lavina? Come on, come on, come on.
Wow, Nikki, that was an amazing introduction. Thank you very, very much. I think I need to take you wherever I go. That's definitely a tall order. But distinguished guests, colleagues, even some troublemakers in the room, everyone, a very warm welcome to this afternoon's conversation. So as we know, Nikki's mentioned, as well as Shiku, just a couple of the challenges that we have and that we face on the continent. Some of them are, from a 60% bulge in the youth that we have with nowhere to go. 17% GDP potential in terms of the growth that we may have. And in addition to all of this, we have some of the most challenging, pressing problems that mankind has ever faced. However, I think this is the opportunity for us to really come together to solve them in the most unique ways possible. We recently had a conversation around our debt financing, around climate vulnerability, as well as some of our development conversations, development challenges on the continent. Some of them term this as a triple crisis or a triple storm of some sort. However, debt is something not only that we are owed, but something that we owe. So it's a combined effort. It's not a singular glass view at all. And with this, I think the new technological era that we're evolving into requires us to have a new economic indicators as well as a new economic paradigm. There's something that I often talk about, which is the new three phases or the new three indicators. One is the cost of data, the other is the cost of energy, and the last is the cost of intellect. And those become our new indicators driving us into this new technological era as our new benchmark. So if we had to ask ourselves these sort of questions from a country perspective or even a continental perspective, we start to really understand what our true net effect and our true value is. We have had quite progress, because this is all about celebration, right? So just in the last 18 months, we have had significant development on the continent when it's come to AI. We have over 30 countries that have some form of AI policy strategy or even a regulation. Any guesses which country has an AI regulation on the continent? Come on. Okay, Kenya? Yeah, Rwanda. So Rwanda is it. So, and they did this in 2018. So I think we have a lot of potential and a lot of room that has been created from just being a playfield into something that is now saying, we're taking you guys seriously. We want to engage, we want to understand what that net effect is, and what more can we do to support the end result. But maybe perhaps I need to delve into a bit of a confession at this point. So, as part of being an ambassador for the African Union, I get to travel the continent extensively. And with that, maybe if you'll indulge me for a minute, I'll share an example of some of the niceness or some of the magic that I get to experience on the continent. I was sitting in Algeria, and maybe, Algeria is a magical land, maybe, I don't know. Sitting in Algeria, get a phone call from founders in terms of wanting to tweak something in terms of their LLM model. So they get onto a flight, 3 co-founders, one based in Kenya, one based in Tanzania, and the other in South Africa, and they fly out to see me in Algeria. With that, they open up their laptops, and I was almost, in a moment of, do I say something or not? Half-broken laptop, okay, and it was obviously a second-hand laptop, but within 20 minutes, they managed to redefine their AI model, okay, to basically get the net effects that they were looking for. I, in that moment, then realized that the power that they have in this digital AI village, okay, is, one, they can tap into millions of people almost instantaneously. Me, on the other hand, I've got to fly everywhere to be able to do that. A bit of an annoyance, right? So I think that's the potential that we can start expediting as a village amongst each other. One of the areas that this particular group of youth faced was definitely not the challenge of self. They were relentless, they knew what they wanted, they knew precisely how to get it, and all they needed was just a little bit of guidance at the end of the day. I guess this conversation wouldn't be going anywhere if we don't talk about geopolitics. Forgive me, Shiku. So obviously we stand at a precipice moment where geopolitics is playing a significant role in technological applications and vice versa. Today you wake up and technology is going in this direction, but because of some geopolitical narrative or headline, it's now taking a detour. So what does this mean? This means that we need to remain agile, we need to remain relentless, and we need to remain true to our vision and our core purpose. With that, I think, the real African AI revolution is one that is without funding rounds, that is without the glossy demo days. It is these little stories that are being told in the digital corridors in every single part of our continent. So if we had to ask ourselves a serious question in terms of who will embed the soul of AI into the African continent, I think the answer definitely lies in the people that are actually driving that narrative forward. Because in my eyes, code can never be neutral. Every line has now become a treaty. Every training of a data set has become a border discussion. And every reward function is now becoming a constitutional mathematical narrative. And that is the power that each and every one of us have in terms of rewriting ourselves from safety of AI to sovereignty of AI to the digital infrastructure towards even the ethics and where we actually end up as a continent. One of the large drivers, and I'm a firm believer of this, is that we as a continent still require a definition around AI. As a collective, we do not have that, and it is something that will help to unpack how the different industries, how the different corporates, even how the different startups are tackling each of the different problems we have. We have definitely shifted away from talking about AI safety back in the day to now saying it's all about AI impact, okay? And guess what? Impact was always at the core. We may seem to surround ourselves by a couple of truths. One of that is AI will be part of the 70% of decision making probably in the next 5 to 10 years. 70%. Are we ready? The next truth is that AI race for global supremacy is not and no longer a technological race. It does require for us as humanity to come together. One of the greatest things that we do from a humane perspective is in moments of fear, fright and flight, we come together. And I think that time has come. The other is really around energy and the usage of that. There's many various discussions ongoing within the African Union. There's many different projects that we have on the go in terms of addressing this. And solutions can be as simple as the decentralized computational access and power that may be required to supply our current and even near future sort of narrative around AI. So when we talk about sovereignty of AI, this is particularly an interesting one. Just earlier this year, we had a convening of the first AI summit, Chorin Summit, on the continent. And we had kids from 3 years old all the way until about 18, 19. And I was really blown away, given the fact of the wealth of knowledge that they had. One of the largest sort of narratives that I came away with, that they imparted onto me, was that digital discrimination remains invisible until it doesn't. And that then leads into the safeguard mechanisms, but also into the larger narrative. for ourselves. So if we had to just round up a bit, let's just say that we have AI that has become a citizen. We have AI that has now become a CEO of a company. We have AI that is a minister. We have it quite embedded in terms of all the different areas of our lives. So AI is no longer a tool. It is now a co-worker that sits amongst you and I. So it's basically an extension of who we are. And we've got to keep on reminding and grounding ourselves in that fact. And I guess at the end of the day, we have this particular nanosecond in terms of redefining the path, not the next, not the one after, but right this moment, right here, right now. And with that, congratulations to Shiku and the team on the AI Village. And I wish you guys great deliberations. Thank you very much.
Put your hands together. You can do better than that. Wow. Thank you so much, Dr. Lavina. Africa is leading the race. And we are going to carry on with our program. Remember to do the hashtags. Has anyone posted online yet? By raise of hand, who has posted a photo, a meme? Anyone yet? Just one person. Oh my God, I think we're going to close the program and wait for people to post online before we continue. How about that? Please post and share the excitement that is happening here, all right? Okay. We are moving forward to another exciting session on our program. And we are going to hear from the head of government affairs for Africa at Microsoft. And she is no other than Akua Gigi. The name that I have been pronouncing and learning the entire morning, but I still butchered it, right? So she is the Microsoft Head of Governance Affairs for Africa, leading the company's public policy strategy across the continent. She oversees a team shaping technology policy on AI, cloud computing, data privacy, cybersecurity, digital safety, and trade, collaborating with governments, civil society, and industry partners. With over 20 years experience, hello, you're about to listen to a legend, all right? With over 20 years experience spanning law, public policy, finance, and international development, she previously led policy at WhatsApp and Meta, okay? You have issues on your WhatsApp, this is the person, all right? Focusing on regulatory engagement, election integrity, this is a good one, and digital connectivity. A lawyer trained at Cambridge and George Washington University. Akua is admitted in New York City and the UK, and she brings a cross-sector Pan-African perspective for technology governance. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Akua as she comes on stage. That is not a clap for someone with 20 years experience. Come on. Thank you.
I agree with the idea of taking it everywhere for introductions. It's a good one.
You're hired and you're hired.
Exactly, she's hired. Good afternoon, everyone. I mean, am I not at the Africa AI Village? What is happening? Can we try this again? Yes. Okay, let's try this again. Good afternoon, everyone. This is what I'm talking about. It is such a delight to be with you today. My name is Akua Gigi. I'm the head of government affairs at Microsoft covering Africa. First of all, I want to say thank you. Thank you to Shiko. Thank you to the Kala team. Thank you for all the co-organizers putting this together. I am blown away that this is the 5th iteration and many more shall there be, because we really do want to focus on AI in Africa and how we continue to center African voices in the conversation. Earlier, Shiko said something really important. Innovation comes from African resilience. I couldn't agree more. You see how people solve problems in their communities, how local teams are building tools that work for real needs, and how quickly innovators move when given the chance. It's also really important that we take a step back and think about where we find ourselves today. The B20 and the G20 are happening for the first time in South Africa, and that in itself is something that we ought to celebrate and acknowledge. So I feel like that deserves a clap, don't you? Now, why are we even having these conversations? You probably read the reports, you heard the figures. Depending on who you talk to, the numbers might change, but it's in the trillions when it comes to the AI economic opportunity for Africa. That's why we care. We also know what our truth is in terms of the young full population that we have. But I don't so much want to focus only on the youth for today. I want to think about the future. How can we create technology that allows them to shape how AI grows and how it serves ultimately our people and our communities? From Microsoft's point of view, we see strong progress, we see strong local leadership, and strong local demand. But I think what is most important is that we recognize that we can't do it by ourselves and that we need partnership in order to make it happen. And partnership focuses on the fact that we need to listen, that we want to collaborate, and that we want to build together with people who understand the real priorities of our respective countries. I'm from Ghana, for example, and the realities on what we deal with every day. This month, you might have seen it on LinkedIn. We all post a lot, but at Microsoft, we have an AI Economy Institute working with researchers and academics around the world, and they published an AI diffusion report. Now, I know a lot of you experts and troublemakers probably already know what it says, but I always like data because data allows us to make informed decisions. And it basically says, again, what we probably already know. Our reality is that there are gaps that we have to address, right? Gaps in electricity, in compute and data centers, in connectivity, in skills, and locally relevant data being used in the way that's appropriate and to help solve African problems and help us find African solutions for them. But we also know that people who lean into those spaces are going to move faster when it comes to this AI inflection point. This evidence that we've been able to gather will help us shape how we engage with governments, with universities, training providers, and industries across the continent. Now, I'm a lawyer by background, as you might have heard, so forgive me. I'm a policy geek, and I love reading 40-page reports, don't you? But the truth is, even if you don't like reading 40-page reports, policy is the foundation for it, right? We have to think about what are the rules of engagement. How do you want AI to work in high-risk environments, be that health, be that finance, but even agriculture or whatever, health, agriculture, finance, you get what I'm trying to say. I think it's important for us to think about what are the guardrails that we need to put in place for these technologies not to lead to unintended consequences. And again, we can't do it by ourselves. We have to do it in partnership. So one thing that we realized, it's really important to empower and skill up the people who are actually in charge of developing the laws. Those are the policymakers, those are the regulators. We can't leave them behind when it comes to upskilling on AI, because how can you come up with good policy if you don't understand the technology? So this is where we see ourselves as a partner, providing partnership, collaboration, convenings such as this and others to open up our doors and sort of help explain how this fast-moving technology is actually working. Now, skills becomes next. We've heard about skills for a long time. I know some people are sort of like, when you say skills, what do you mean? And I think it's good to ask. But I also still think that skills are at the center when it comes to this AI adoption. It's not only the youth and the job seekers that we have to think about, and these are conversations I've been having all week. Who's thinking about the teachers when we're thinking about skilling, right? The kids are upskilled, but the teachers are not. Is this really going to work? Who's thinking about the civil servants or community leaders in this sort of engagement when it comes about skilling? Now in South Africa, we've made some announcements focusing very heavily on TVET, as well as universities. We're thinking about certifications, everything from AI to data science, cybersecurity. But I don't want to mention numbers because I don't think it is about numbers when it comes to impact. I think the real impact is going to come when we see how people are actually securing employment because of the skills that they have gained. it's also important that we think about curriculums, because people go into schools, and I don't know how it is in the place that you're from, but in Ghana, for example, a lot of our curriculums haven't been updated in a while. So how do we make sure that the people who know are attending schools now and in the future, they have access to the technology and the curriculums that have been informed by the changes that we see? Now, connectivity is another big building block that I think it's important to talk about briefly. At the B20, our Chief Sustainability Officer, Melanie Nakagawa, shared that we had made a commitment, I think 2 years ago, 3 years ago, that we would connect 100 million people meaningfully to the internet. I'm really excited that we actually can tell you that we not only have met this commitment, we have surpassed it with partners such as Cassava Technologies, and I kind of feel like that deserves a clap, don't you? Now, meaningful technology means that it's not just technology for technology itself, but it helps and creates the base for wider AI adoption, ensuring that people can use cloud, can provide digital public services, and locally build applications. Now, one thing that I wanted to mention in this forum of friends and colleagues and co-conspirators, maybe, is this week, Smart Africa announced the inaugural African AI Council. And it's really been an honor for me to have been selected as one of the 8 independent members to contribute. And why is it important? Well, thank you. Thank you for the one person who clapped. I do appreciate that. Why is the Africa AI Council important? I think it's important because the idea is, how can we make sure that Africa is really going to benefit us, Africans? We want to focus on talent development, we want to focus on strong infrastructure, sound data practices, investment, because we do need money to make this happen, and governance structures rooted in African values. And I really look forward to getting to work with governments, with other industry partners, civil society and academia to make that happen. Now, we have a really exciting engagement plan for you. It's gonna keep you engaged despite of the weather change that I now feel like I have to talk over. But before I go, I want to close with a really simple message. AI should serve our people. It should strengthen our communities, it should improve our services, and it should open opportunity. For that to happen, we need to collaborate. There's not one entity that has all the solutions. And we've already seen what that kind of collaboration can do for us around skilling, about connectivity, about AI for good projects. We have the talent, we have the insights, we have the creativity to make it happen. And when we work together, we can build AI solutions that support communities across the continent and create progress that people really are going to feel in their everyday lives. Thank you so much for allowing me a chance to welcome you to the Africa's AI Village.
You can do better than that. I hope the rain is not raining on your hands. I'm not hearing any hand claps. I can't hear you. That's much better. Thank you. You know, how can we fight a battle we don't understand? That was really powerful. Thank you so much. You know, as a writer and an author on these topics, my second book is coming out in February 2026. And it's really a deep dive into AI from an everyday people's perspective, because my thoughts and ideas really that, how can everyday people become part of this revolution, right? Because there used to be a time where conversations around AI were for the elite class or for the IT guys, you know, or for the tech department. But that era is over. So my job and my passion is really to spread the word across the continent to everyday people, to those who call themselves, hey, I'm not a tech person, I'm your person, all right? So it was really a powerful conversation, and thank you for highlighting those key points. it's really important that we understand that AI is not just something for a particular set of people, it's for everyone. If we are going to be taking the kids along, the teachers even needs to be much more reskilled. Even in organizations, I speak a lot in corporates and their teams, and even in organizations, when they talk about reskilling, it's always like the people on the ground. It's almost like the CEOs and the executives don't need reskilling. But in my opinion, I think those are even the top people and the main people that need the first reskilling program in any organization should start from the leadership. Because if it doesn't, change starts from the top, right? So how can you or how can we fight a battle we don't even understand? It is my greatest desire that AI literacy become a critical conversation around in Africa. And AI literacy is not ChatGPT. Hello? Hello. For those that are using ChatGPT, that's not AI literacy. It's much more deeper than that. And I am a big advocate that AI should be the new mathematics in education, in the curriculum. You mentioned about curriculums not being updated. It's a big issue in Africa. I hope that in the years to come, this can become a critical subject in school, not a side subject, but the main subject, because China this year recently announced that kids from the age of 6 years old will be taking AI lessons across the country, and that's really pioneering the future, making sure that this is not just a conversation for a specific group of people, but making sure that kids from the age of 6 years starts to understand this revolution and how they can become part of it, and I think that Africa needs to step up in that regard as well. At this point, we will be, okay, I think there's some changes happening. So we have our next speaker in the room. Looks like he's still outside. Oh, awesome. I was looking at the photo and I was looking at you and then I looked at the photo and then I looked at you. I was like, okay, I think maybe that's not the same person. But ladies and gentlemen, we are about to go to another exciting session this afternoon. I finally got it. We're in the afternoon, not morning, all right? Lantley Simpson, he's the Acting Chief Director, Sector Innovation and Circular Education, DSI. He is the, where am I? Hold on. Oh, okay, cool. Apologies for that. So he is the Acting Chief Director for Sector Innovation and Circular Economy at the South African Department of Science and Innovation, previously serving as Director for Socio-Economic Partnerships and Director for Digital Economy. Capabilities Research. He has led major national initiatives, including the Advanced Metal Initiative and the Foundational Digital Capability Research Program, advancing emerging technologies and socio-economic impact. As an advisory board member of the South African AI Association, he promotes responsible AI and cross-sector collaboration. His work focuses on strengthening digital participation in the global tech standards and innovation-driven growth. So ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming our next speaker on stage, Mr. Lantley Simpson. Put your hands together for him as he comes. You can do better than that. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Just firstly, this is at short notice. So in effect, forgive any issues that may occur during the presentation, and just to say welcome to everybody as well. And it's good to be here, and all protocols observed. Yeah, so in effect, yeah, I was glad that that was corrected. It's on the circular economy, not on circular education. I don't know what circular education is. Maybe it's lifelong learning. Yeah, in terms of the circular economy, there's actually, in effect, how do you not create any waste streams? That your value chains all interconnect. And of course, the big issue is that the digital economy both can mitigate the issues of the circular economy as well as, however, they also create the problems. But in effect, I want to talk about what we have within the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, which is about building digital economy capabilities. And that is also then connected to issues around AI governance and the problems around AI governance, which is the panel that's supposed to be on. So firstly, there are changes occurring within society. There are things like smart machines, intelligent systems starting to emerge. You're getting computational ubiquity. You actually don't know, in fact, that most of your stuff is actually becoming ubiquitous in terms of computational systems. You also have self-organizing socio-economic formations occurring. And all of these things actually start to say that we need a new skills framework. And a digital skills framework has got nothing to do with whether you can operate a computer or operate a digital system. A digital skills framework means that you actually have multimedia literacy. You understand virtual and augmented collaboration. You are able to manage your cognitive load. You're able to deal with the systems interconnected with it. You have new forms of social intelligence. How do you actually start to read a meeting if the meeting is virtual? How do you understand the politics of that meeting? How do you develop new forms of abstract thinking connected to that? None of these things relate to the technology itself. The technology is something you pick up, but the technology creates particular power relations which you need to deal with. So we need people who understand issues of design, who understand sense making. And those are the elements of a key program or framework of digital skills. Given that, in fact, you need to transform the nature of the digital economy. And what does transformation mean? It's about taking into account intersectionality issues. A lot of people don't actually deal with those issues of intersectionality. It means to decolonize the systems. The systems, in fact, represent the power relations that, in fact, they are embedded within them by their creators. And they came out, the technology, and in particular computer technology, comes out of a military-industrial complex. It has the value system of that embedded within it. So how do we create a mechanism to actually create change that is both inclusive and, in fact, not just that different groups are there, but also that they actually have a voice when they are there? Because people can be present but actually be silenced by the very power relations that occur within the system. So there's various texts, and I would have liked to have actually shown what they would like, that actually covers, for example, there's a book by David Galambia called The Politics of Bitcoin, Software as Right-Wing Extremism. There's The Age of Surveillance Capitalism, which most people have known of, by Shoshana Zuboff. There's Algorithms of Oppression, Automating Inequality, The Costs of Connection, Data Feminism, Invisible Women, and the issues of power that are connected around these systems, and Artificial Unintelligence. These are just some texts, but there's a lot of texts that cover some of these. It would have been good to actually show that. So in relation to dealing with issues of inequality, what is in fact inequality? There's inequality of space, okay? Living under apartheid, we know that very well, what spatial inequality is. There's inequality of time. The notion of who has time to do what. I'm sure Elon Musk has a lot more time to do something compared to people sitting in this room, okay? So not everybody has equal time. And the nature of the working class in the time they have to do various things, be it spend it with their children or read to their children, is in fact an issue. There's inequality of access, opportunity, inequality of freedom. When you are in fact in a place, that inequality could in fact prevent you from doing something. And AI systems also do that. They create and replicate those. Of course, is the one that we all know, inequality of income and expenditure, and transactional relations. And the one which also links to time is intergenerational inequality. How do we start to overcome those issues? And particularly within a governance framework. So we need to transform the nature of the economy through its participants, its beneficiaries, and in our case within the department, the research landscape itself, okay, because there are inequalities in there, and the very nature of the engagement we're dealing with. We need to include different geographical formations. We need to make sure that people are present and active with real influence and no tokenism. We need to ensure that there is collaboration and co-creation, and that everybody in the process has voice and agency. Now, a lot of people think, well, how does this fit into the broader framework of AI systems and well, not just AI systems, but in the new technotopia, as Yanis Varoufakis referred to it. The technotopia effectively means that the nature of cyberspace is a right for everybody. And we shouldn't have to pay for that, either monetarily or with our data. And that is a fundamental issue. When you enter various buildings, they're always scanning your driver's license. They actually have access to everything, and we don't know whether they're POPIA compliant or not, or even GDPR compliant. And that is an issue. People just give their data just to enter a place. And that is not good. You know, one has to deal with what that issue is. There are various hierarchical systems in relation to how they think, and I'm not going to go into the innovation hierarchy system, but effectively, right at the bottom of the innovation hierarchy, you start with strategy, you try to work on the development of organizational systems and how organizational systems will enhance that strategy. You then require leadership to push it forward, and your systems and processes have to be in subservience to that based on what your strategy actually wants. Ultimately, you're building an ecosystem, and that ecosystem influences culture, and vice versa, and you get an emergence of something new. Within that, the way that our department looks at whether or not you can have a R&D-led industrial development process or opportunity. We use things called readiness levels. Some of you may have heard of them. There's technology readiness levels, there's 1 to 9, but there's two others that most people tend not to focus on. One is manufacturing readiness level, and the other one is investment. And they require, and there's an interrelationship between them. So how do you know when you are ready to do something? What would it take to build another Cecil? Would our treasury allow that? I don't know. Okay. But the key question is, what are the interconnections that enable you to build that kind of process and system? Sorry. And having said that, when we look at the readiness levels approach, we try to actually focus on, as opposed to building capacity. When you talk to universities, they keep on focusing on, we need capacity, we need capacity. And you build so much capacity, but you're capable of nothing. And what you actually require to do is build capabilities. Yes, you need capacity in order to have capabilities. But the point is, if you keep focusing on capacity, eventually those people that you are training, because that's the capacity, will leave the country. They will go where the opportunities and the capabilities exist. So we need to create the interconnected systems that actually allow capabilities to emerge. And the approach that we follow is one that's was put forward by Amartya Sen and his capability approach, which is almost an extension of critical theory in relation to the students that we actually facilitate and want to actually develop. So we have a platform which is called the Foundational Digital Capabilities Research Platform. The platform has 6 domains: artificial intelligence, cybernetics and robotics, extended reality and digital twins, advanced Internet of Things, cloud to edge and networking, modeling and simulation, and cybersecurity and blockchain. And they're broken down into lots of programs and projects, etc. In our first year, we had something like 1,077 projects across all those domains, involving the universities of South Africa and the Council for Scientific Industrial Research. Of all the funding that goes towards that, 30% goes towards human capital development, or I prefer to call human resource development. I don't think human beings should be seen as capital, but that's another story. So, coupled with that, we have in fact created a human science research platform, and this is where things get interesting, because I think South Africa is the only one that has started to do this. So we have domains there as well, and one is on digital platforms and markets. The other is on digital labor and employment, social media and digital communication, data privacy and ethics, digital inequality and access, and socio-technical systems and human-tech interaction. So within this, for example, are issues of mental health. The disconnectedness that people feel. We all sit with one another and we're always texting, but we're all disconnected. And in effect, people don't talk anymore, or they don't reflect and engage anymore. They're also all done through the screen. So how do we deal with those issues? What is the nature of the future of work? How do we actually deal with that in relation to the systems? How, in fact, does new forms of alienation start to emerge because of these digital systems? So we have a lot of research being done, and this is led by the Southern Center for Inequality Studies at University of Witwatersrand. So the program has a strong focus on combining the natural sciences with the human sciences and tries to bring them together that people understand the interconnection between science in its broader sphere. The way to think of it almost as graphically is think of the drawing done by Leonardo da Vinci called Vitruvian Man, where you have the drawing of the human form and its men, it's the time he did it, within a square and circle and all of that. That's effectively the well-rounded human being. That is both artist, scientist, everything in one, and deals with the nature of humanity. So having said this, there's a connection to governance, which I'm going to sort of stretch, but ultimately, I'm going to link it through the process of the issue of decolonization. And how, in fact, does one create a decolonization governance framework for tech systems and digital systems? And there's a lot of things, and hopefully we'll deal with that at some stage, because I'm not going to go into it. It's quite extensive in terms of the panel, but yeah, that is supposed to happen. I don't know how the program's being adjusted for that, but it covers a lot of things around that. And if people want to talk about that later, we can go into that. Otherwise, I'm going to stop now. Thanks. Thank you.
Put your hands together once again. Thank you so much, Mr. Lanley. Okay. Look at your neighbor and smile. Listen, we're talking about AI, okay? The most human thing you can do is smile. If someone is not smiling next to you, maybe it's a Tesla robot sitting next to you, okay? So check the room again, smile, see who is not smiling. Hey, we're gonna catch a robot today. You know, there are some people, when you look at them, you don't know if they're happy, if they're sad, and they'll be like, you know, I'm happy inside. No, we don't want any happiness inside here. We want to see it on your face, okay? So we're about to go to our panel conversation, another exciting session. But before that, I know you've been sitting for a bit, so can we please stand? Do a bit of a stretch. Hello. We have an ambulance outside. If something breaks, we take you straight to the ICU. I know some people haven't stretched the entire 2025. This will be your first stretch of the year. But you just do it. Just stretch yourself a bit. DJ, are you still in the room? Can you give us some music? DJ is sleeping. Just stretch. Talk to your neighbor. Talk to your neighbor. Just say hi. I know the time for networking is coming, but just say hi. DJ is not giving us some music to stretch. Stretch. Stretch and smile. Oh. Come on, for those who can move their body, move your body. Do some dance. Dancing is also part of stretching. Move your neck. Oh, I see someone stretching their neck right over there. Anyone sitting down, I'll consider you a grandma or a grandpa. All right. That was good. That is good. How many calories have you lost? I'm seeing some people just sitting down. Okay. Stretch once more. All right. We're about to go to our next session. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You can take your seat now. We're about to go to another interesting session. Well done. Put your hands together and clap for yourself for stretching. I'm so glad nobody broke a rib, you know. For those that don't do any sort of exercise or activities at all, you've got to give me some fee for making you exercise today, even if it was only for a few seconds. So I think our next panel should be ready now. Why did the room suddenly got empty? There were no seats here a while ago. Did people escape under the rain? Or they're just outside? Okay, I think some people step outside. So we're going to have our conversation on AI governance, the global majority way. And we'll call our speakers. Some of them we've heard from them already. We'll just call them up, and for those that we haven't heard from them, they will briefly introduce themselves as we carry on with the panel. So our moderator for this panel is going to be none other than Dr. Shikon. Put your hands together for her as she comes on stage. And our next panelist is Rachel Porter. Is she in the room? Yes, she's right there. And our next panel on the list, he just finished now, Mr. Landley Simpson. Landley, where is he? He's outside? Akua. Yes, come, my beautiful lady. And Dumisani Zonklo joining us on stage. I think this is all. Are we missing someone? Okay. Put your hands together for our panelists this afternoon.
Don't we love our panel? It has majority female. So thank you so much for being here, as I mentioned earlier. And we said, let's eat the frog first. I am sure you know that saying. If you don't know, is the hardest task. You do the hardest task first, and then the fun ones come later. And for us, we want to have a conversation around governance. And you heard Lanre talking about it. Everybody has been hinting about it. And I think it is Ambassador who mentioned that in the last 18 months, we have seen a lot of movement in the regulatory and governance spaces in Africa. But the conversation today is, how do we move beyond the conversations around governance? How do we make these policies work for us, yeah, as Africa? So I've given them a bit of a call, and we want this to be exciting. We don't want it to be a lecture. We want it to be exciting and to bring what is in their thought. And if you feel like the remarks you're about to say do not represent your organization, you can say so, and then you can say what you need to do. So I will just want, for the two people, for just you actually who's not been introduced, to just introduce yourself, and then we can get started.
Thanks so much. I don't know how I ended up in a panel with all the speakers, but I'm very pleased to be here. My name is Rachel Potter. I'm a senior associate at Bowman's. We're a large corporate law firm. We have offices across Africa, and I have a particular interest in AI and the impact on South Africa in particular, but Africa in general.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and happy to have you. So let's start with that statement from Ambassador. Is in the last 18 months, I want to give you another statistic that I had today, and you might hear later on today during the compute panel. In the last 18 months, Africa moved from having 80 GPUs to 2,000 GPUs. Yes, it's a moment for clapping. And the question is, what enabled this huge jump? Because I was trying to compute how many percentage is that? 80 to 2,000. And you can see there's a lot of movement. So we are hoping that in the next 12 months, we can more than triple that 2,000 and continue doing this. And in the same amount of time we saw in we have an index that we track governance frameworks. In the last 18 months, we started off with just Rwanda having an AI strategy to 16 countries at present having AI strategies on the African continent. And then there are all sorts of frameworks, policies, and stuff. And is there a correlation between these strategies and the amount of compute? My next question will be about investment, because I have the numbers on investment as well. Where do we start? We start with the government people.
So the purpose of having a policy is to make sure that you have a playing field where everybody can play. But then the important thing as the government who sets that policy or who creates that playing field, it's very important that you also step back and give the people who play the game a chance to show how the ball actually moves. And to be the ones who say, these are the rules that we want in the game. Because as government, if you think if you're gonna just pop into someone's game and think that you can set the rules, that's just not going to work. Because the role of government, just philosophically, is to do for the citizens and with the citizens that which the citizens cannot do on their own as individuals. So the government's job is to collect people, aggregate, and then step back and say, all right, play your game. And from time to time, the government is going to be called upon to say, well, we were meant to play this game in this way, but this one is doing this. And then the government says, but didn't you say these are the rules? And from there, the government mediates. That philosophically, that's truly how things are supposed to work. So we have policies in Africa which are rooted in the AU strategy. And various countries are putting together their policies, mirroring what they see there. But more than anything, here in South Africa, we've gone beyond that. We've looked at other countries. We looked at the BRICS countries, all of them, except we couldn't get anything on Iran and Russia. We looked at various countries in South America, in the Far East, and the like, of course, throughout the continent of Africa. We looked at the EU Act, and we came up with what was common. And from there, we advertised a national policy framework for South Africa. So now we're at a point where we are going to have a policy which comes from the views which then came from South Africans who said, this is what we want to see in a policy. So with a policy, it helps you to get respected as a country, but more than anything, it attracts investments. Just the fact that you do have some rules of the road, that's what makes people who want to invest feel we're going to be safe down there. So that's why we keep calling on people to say, as soon as that policy, that South African AI policy gets gazetted and presented by our minister, I'm asking everybody who's in this room to make themselves available, write, and participate in all the public gatherings, but write to us, put your views, make them very, very clear, and don't hold back. Take anything that you've learned anywhere else and let us know. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel, I'm calling on to you. He's made a call and you work with corporate South Africa. What do you think?
I completely agree that you need rules to the game for everyone to feel comfortable playing the game. And I think it's an inherently human instinct to want law and want guidance from your government of how to approach something. So I think it's been hugely helpful. And I think I've been a part of the process of, we've made submissions as a firm. We've also called on our clients and various other actors to provide submissions. And I think the department's been incredibly open and engaging. And I think it's essential that we have input from everyone across the spectrum, including the private sector. I think there's sometimes a fear of the private sector that they're not willing to engage in good faith. But I think especially from Microsoft, one of our large clients as well, we've seen enormous effort to try to guide the state and their private clients how to ethically adopt AI. So I think having rules to the game really is an important step.
Okay. So listening to from South African perspective, you know what my next answer is, that of the 2,000 GPs, a majority of them are actually in South Africa. Hey, Dumisani, there's no humility. Akuya, I know you're on a flight every other week going across the continent. How do we learn from this South African experience in ensuring that, yes, the GPUs, and I want to come back to investment as well, because investment is taking the same exact route. How do we ensure that these policies work for us and ensure that investment, I'll give her mine, and that we are gaining from it instead of it impeding. I'll be honest, as somebody who builds technology as a default, I know people know AI Village, but as a default, I'm a product developer. I build stuff. I fear regulation, like I'm fighting it every day. How do we make it, number one, the first question is, how do we make it work, like looking at the South African experience? But number two, how do we ensure that our policymakers have the same understanding as Dumisani and Langley have demonstrated for us today?
There's a lot of goodness in there. I think, how can we learn from the South African example? I think the key is an attractive investment environment. We say these terms, we've heard these terms, and it's kind of a bit blurry what that means. But it means that the country is open for business, essentially. And it's making it easy for corporates to come and partner and say, we want to bring resources here that will allow you to more quickly innovate, more quickly build, more quickly find solutions. Now, it's not about opening your doors without constraints. I think it's important to also think about what makes sense if you're building data centers, if you're bringing infrastructure, what makes sense for the local community that's around it, right? How you bring skilling to people, how do you make sure that it's not an extractive kind of engagement, because as Africans, we've kind of are tired of that and had enough of that. But I also think regulation for regulation's sake, as much as I love laws, I'm a lawyer, it doesn't make sense. Right? How do you balance regulation with innovation? And I've moved my family from London to Kenya about almost 3 years now. And one thing that I really liked in Kenya as another great example of sort of a government that says we're open for business is that they said, okay, we want to have an AI strategy. We need to talk to everyone. And we do mean everyone. Like, we're going to go to the rural areas. We're going to talk to women. We're going to talk with women with different abilities. We're going to talk to teachers. We're going to bring in industry. And they really were deliberate in sort of making it a multi-sectoral, multi-year engagement in different places, not just in Nairobi, to talk about what do we want AI to help us do and accomplish and solve, and what partnerships do we need. And I really like the comment of one of the policy stakeholders, because at first they said, Microsoft, why are you here? We don't trust you. By the end, they said, we're glad you're here, because sometimes we come up with policy, but we actually don't know what we're regulating. The technology moves so fast, you know, we might have ideals, but if we don't couple it with the reality, these policies will collect dust somewhere. And that's it, right? And so I do think it's good to be critical of your partners, to ask tough questions of your partners, but I also think it makes sense to invite the people who can help you think about, what do we actually want this technology for? How can it get us where we want to go? How can it help us solve the issues we want to solve for our country, for our people, for our community? And yeah, I think that's the only way that you can help balance the guardrails, the regulation that you need with the innovation that you want to enable.
Coming to that question around, Microsoft, we don't trust you. I've heard that many times. Randre, I loved your talk, because you kept talking about how do we decolonize, how do we speak about sovereignty, how do we ensure Africa is leading in its own term. When it comes to governance, the biggest question, especially as a data fad, as a model person who writes models, the governance around data sovereignty, infrastructure sovereignty, and I know here, I'll jump Akuya from answering that question, and decolonizing of our digital ecosystem. What are the guardrails or things that we need to put in place to ensure that. Because we cannot talk about ethics and trust of AI if you're not tackling, again, the hardest problem in the room, which is decolonization, sovereignty, and stuff. And I will come to trust and ethics after this.
Okay, you left the hardest question for me.
Yeah, you are the one with the PowerPoint presentation, so.
Okay. Okay, so the first thing, why does a government exist? Okay, and a government fundamentally exists to control the monopoly on violence. Okay. And it may sound controversial, but the point is, government has the defense force, it has the police, it has intelligence services. Human beings are intrinsically violent, and therefore governments are there to stop the violence. They control and have that monopoly. And one can link that to economic systems as well, which we're not going to do. But the other reason a government exists is to ensure that its citizens and its people who live in the country, and South Africa says South Africa belongs to all who live in it, does not say citizens alone, is that you need to build sustainable livelihoods within sustainable human settlements. And that's what a government is there to enable, okay? And there's various mechanisms by which it has operations to do that. And that is actually not the purpose of the private sector. The private sector is not interested. The private sector is there to make profit. Okay, it's fundamental, it's raison d'être. Now the issue is to balance those interrelationships, and that's where regulation comes in, because capital will accumulate as much as possible, irrespective of when or whatever the future holds. It's not the job of capital to think like that. The point is the regulation, the regulatory framework is there to ensure that our natural capital exists for the next 50, 100, 200, 300 years. And therefore we have to find the mechanism that interconnects that. Now the question becomes the decolonization framework. And the horrors of decolonization still exist. They manifest it. If you really think about it, apartheid was a colonialism of a special type. How do we actually find the mechanism to create the change that ensures that everybody is part of it? I don't necessarily want to deal with the issue of sovereignty, because sovereignty is contentious. You first have to accept, do countries need to exist? That's another question. In other words, I'm raising fundamental things that people need to think about in relation to how people move, how people interact, how people trade. And is the country model the best? I don't know. The key question then becomes, if we are where we are, given the play that we have between the global powers, how do we in fact build an industry and create a mechanism for ourselves that serves our people for sustainable livelihoods and sustainable human settlements? And the only way we can do that is with open standards, open systems, and open source technologies. We are not going to be able to do that through proprietary systems. And proprietary companies will not allow you, in fact, to get into that particular space. They all say, yes, they now love open source, but there's particular systems around it. If we want to build an industry that is homegrown and connects to the needs of South Africa or Africa, we have to use open source technologies. In the first week of December, the ISO has their first AI standards summit. And it's the first one run by the ISO, and we need to be part of that particular process. It was the saying we used to have in the unions, no decision about us without us. So the same thing applies here in relation to these systems. We need effectively to work on that, to look at the issue. I raised the issue of intersectionality. There are various connections that have to be done, and we need those people to be part of the process. But a part with a real voice, not tokenism, because that invariably is what happens. And we need to actually listen to people give their stories. I was in Brazil the other day about a serious area of women who had actually been oppressed within the digital system. And they were they were telling stories. Let those people tell their stories. Don't stop their stories. From there, you will be able to sift what they're really telling you about systems, interconnection, and how, in fact, you will be able to create regulatory frameworks because of what is really going on. And that's the thing that tends not to happen.
I love that. And I love that he sent out his conversation and argument around livelihoods, people, intersectionality, our culture, our stories. Which brings me to a very interesting conversation. I am so sorry, Dumisani, because this is coming to you hot and fast. So South Africa has launched the African AI Trust Institute at the University of Cape Town. Rachel Adams and Professor Shock they're doing a fantastic job down there in Cape Town. UCT is my alma mater, so I'm always talking about it. And we've just finished doing the AI safety report for 2026, the one that is being run by Miller. There's a big report that comes out every year. So our team is part of the reviewers of that report. And one of the questions that we've kept asking them year over year is, can we redefine ethics and trust from an African perspective? So Dumisani, since you have the first AI Trust Institute in Africa, define for us ethics and trust from an African perspective.
So, I'm very much in touch with the work that's taking place at the University of Cape Town. And by the way, I live in Cape Town. The university down there is actually involved in work which is sponsored, by the Canadian Development Institute and the British. Now, the genesis of the whole idea of safety that is AI safety institutes, is that, for instance, if you look at the US under the Biden administration, they came up with this idea because they wanted a sharing of knowledge, but it was basically termed as research and scientific expansion and the like. But what has happened, and I'm glad you've asked this question, is that the Trump administration has come up a little more brazen. Basically, they say whatever you've discussed in the AI safety that is in the summit, both in Korea and the UK and now in Paris, doesn't matter to them. Now they're talking about security. And for them, this is about the sharing of intelligence information. So you come in, you're part of that, but their biggest aim is exactly that. But then the question is there going to be any pushback from the rest of the countries? Do we want to use, for instance, safety institutes which are located in some of our most sacred spaces, which are universities? Do we want to use them as part of an intelligence network or not? But I understand the University of Cape Town, is pretty much a progressive university. We've seen a lot of changes in that university. And in South Africa, when we approach anything, we approach it in our own terms. So it's not going to be a matter of, this is how it's now defined, perhaps by the Trump administration. It's about how do we want to use it as South Africa? And if we are not willing to be part of the sharing of perhaps dangerous intelligence information, we are not going to do that. Just like the United Kingdom has recently done, withdrew from sharing some information with the US and some countries in South America. So this is very simple for us. South Africa always operates based on what we see as in our interest, and that's what we're going to continue to do. This is what is in our nature, and this is what we keep getting hit for. It's as if other countries try to tell us who we should be from time to time, and those administrations come and go. But South Africa has got its own DNA. We know what we want to be, and we know how we want to play. Thanks.
Rachel, from your point of view, ethics, trust, how do we define it? And you work at the intersection of global cooperation, local cooperation, private sector, government. How do you, when a client comes and says, we have this dilemma, how do you advise them? I know that's a hard question. You can answer it on your own capacity.
Yes, I will answer in my own capacity. This is not legal advice. I think for me, the two key issues are accountability and transparency. And those are we have so much data available and resources available now. Everyone has come up with an AI policy, and they're all saying it's essentially the same thing: accountability, transparency. And I know that there is this fear around regulation because it stifles innovation. All my clients say they're regulatory fatigue. They can't face any more regulation. And I don't think it has to be that complicated, and this is my personal view. There's certain things that we know are right and wrong. And as Africa, South Africa, there is this opportunity to be pioneers in the ethics and trust sector of AI. And certain things we know are right or wrong. One thing I think is clear: you should be knowing when you're dealing with AI. There's a great movie called Mountain Head that came out recently that gives a classic example of what is the problem when AI gets so sophisticated people can't tell they're dealing with it. And particularly in the African context, I think it is at risk. Is you're producing videos of certain things, initiating attacks from vigilante movements. So you think something has actually happened. A vigilante group gets together to go and avenge this person, and it turns out it was completely fake. We have to insist that every citizen of this country knows when they're dealing with AI. Accountability as well. A human being needs to be responsible at the end of the day. You cannot deflect to AI to say, oh, well, AI did it. It's not my problem. So I don't think it's that complicated. I think there's certain principles like our Constitution, which is inherently quite a generalized document. Our courts will then narrow it down and apply it to specific circumstances that come before them. But I think there's certain rules that we can make now that are just common sense.
I love it. Aquia. Same.
To be honest, I struggle a little bit with the idea that there's a certain difference of ethics and trust from the African perspective. Don't get me wrong, I do recognize there are certain things that we value very highly, right? We take community over self oftentimes. We have an idea of going together in order to achieve. We respect our elders. I think that it's like nobody would be offended who's from any country in Africa who would probably say, yeah, this is what we do. But to the point that you made, there are certain things that no matter where we're from, we all want to have when it comes to dealing with technology, right? We don't want to be abused. If it happens, we want to be able to have redress and go somewhere that can help us get an account taken down or information corrected or sort of information that's shared that's wrong to be corrected or updated. I think there's something about we don't want the have and the have-nots, that divide to grow bigger, right? I think I do sort of want to lean into our African voices being part of global conversations. I think that's where we need to lean into. But certain ideas of dignity, respect, accountability, fairness, everyone cares about that, right? So I'm sort of struggling sometimes because I don't want us to sort of call for something that maybe other people can call for. I want us to really draw attention to what is unique about us, where we do have a rural and urban divide, for example, where we do want to sort of focus on if AI is supposed to benefit all of us, we can't just be focused on our urban cities. We do have to think about how does my mom sitting in the village get to use some of these AI models when she wants to, I don't know, think about something that's relevant for her, right? How do we enable people who are not sitting where people with the most resources are sitting can access this technology? So yes, I do think there are certain things that we as Africans have in terms of how we think about ourselves and with our people in this world. But most importantly, I want to sort of get back to what is a principled approach in terms of accountability, transparency, reliability, fairness, all these things that we do find in all of these strategies and policies, and how do we turn them into reality? I think that's where we need to focus our efforts on.
Sorry, I just want to take, because the easy ethical people things that go into is don't do harm and so forth. First thing I want to say is that ethics is generally based on a moral code. And if that, on a moral code. And if that moral code is religious, it could be problematic. So we have to be very careful on what that means. The issue, however, I want to raise about ethics is it ethical that in the implementation of these technologies, we create new class structures? That's the thing that doesn't get addressed. So, for example, is it ethical that I have to pay for my right to exist in cyberspace, either with money or with data? Is it ethical, for me to have access at that level? And those are the ethical questions that nobody addresses. Everybody says, oh yes, do no harm and those kinds of things. But you're doing harm in an indirect way because of the nature of the new forms of social relations that are being created by these technologies and the nature of the systems they generate. And that is the issue, and that's where regulation and governments start to come in, because that's the kind of issue that is dangerous.
I have a question now, real life question to the audience, not to them. I have a final question for them. Real life story. This is not made up. It's not AI generated. Okay, part of it is, but think of it. A 5-month pregnant woman, Swahili speaking woman. She sees this ad about an AI bot that can help her track her pregnancy. We've seen this, right? They're this. So one of them. And it says, while we are better than everybody else, we can speak your mother tongue. Are we together up to that point? So mama goes onto the platform and says, I'm my 5 months pregnant. What vaccinations do I need at this point of my pregnancy? What is it called? Supplements should I be taking? How should I be taking care of myself? She asks these questions in her mother tongue. The AI generates like a nice transcript of, you should be taking, of course, more irons, more calcium, continue walking, walk a bit of it. And here are the vaccinations that you should be taking. You should take vaccinations on, one of them is on anti-rabies. So the lady goes to the clinic and says, oh, doctor, nurse, it's a nurse, not a doctor. This is what I did. I'm taking care of myself. I'm on top of my game. And I've been told by AI to do this and this. And I feel like the AI says you missed a vaccination. I should have received a rabies vaccination. I'm seeing all the women looking at me like, what the hell is she talking about? This is true story, by the way. This is not made up. If the woman gets the rabies vaccination, whose mistake is it? Tell your neighbor, you don't have to shout it. And the women, you can tell the male if you should actually get a rabies decision when you're 5 months pregnant. That is an actual dilemma that happened with our team. So we have done a benchmark on AI and health, and we upped it a little and said we are going to benchmark it with Kiswahili, because every other platform out there is saying we have built an AI model for moms who are pregnant and it can speak your local language. So we tested some of them with Kiswahili, with this same exact use case. Fortunately for us, the woman was a medical doctor. And so when the result came and said you need to go and get a rabies disease, we realized there's a problem. What is the vaccine that you should actually be getting as a woman at that point? Do you know? Tetanus. So as a pregnant woman, you should get tetanus vaccination about months 5, 6 before things get hectic. Yeah? And we realized that we need to be able to define those dilemma in ethics. And that is a double dilemma. It's not an AI ethic. It's a medical ethic in itself. Because if the nurse, if say this nurse, because many of the nurse of the medical care is done by a nurse or a lab technician, didn't know any better, this woman has received a rabies vaccine and lost the baby. Or baby been born in a place in a somewhat manner way. So even as you're speaking about these things, that is one of the things I wanted to bring, because sometimes we talk about AI and ethics removed from context. Remember, AI is not something we are built. It's not like high school, not geography, calculus, where you're doing calculus for high school examination. AI is being applied in our day-to-day life. So, ladies and gentlemen, I love that word, I'm going to be using it all the time. Coming to the intersectionality. Well, I'm feeling very smart by saying that. The intersectionality of AI and its application on daily lives of Africa. And as we're wrapping up, because I'm being told we should wrap up, how should we approach that transparency and accountability without compromising the speed of innovation? And I want this one, everybody to answer, starting from Randre, because we have used your word, all the way to Akwe.
Okay. Okay, ultimately it comes down to the things which have already been mentioned, being accountable and being transparent. And that's actually what I always said to my officials, like, what is your job as a civil servant? And they say, well, I'm a chemist, I must see that this happens, I'm a geologist, whatever their specialities. I said, no, your job is to enhance democracy within the area for which you're developing policy. And that's the reason you exist as a civil servant, to make sure that people participate in whatever the policy-making process is about, to understand their nature and their context. And that is the important process that's required. Similarly with these. As a last word, just to say that the horses are already bolted. AI bots are already talking to AI bots and creating new AI bots. There's the AI of things, which people tend not to focus on, and that's already happening. So to think we're going to be able to stop this is not easy.
In terms of the accountability points, I think audit requirements, exactly what you just said, what you did, is exactly what companies should be required to do for the services that they offer. And it's not a novel concept that the more vulnerable those you serve, and the more essential the service you provide, even as a private company, the more regulation you're subjected to. So if you are providing a healthcare service, the same as pharmacists dispensing medication, it's a highly regulated sector. That is not unusual. It should be regulated. If you are providing a healthcare service, there are existing regulation, but specifically directed at those providing that service through the use of AI. And I really like the point that you made earlier about capacity versus capability. So we're developing all this software to provide these services, and it's great. Most people don't have access to healthcare, particularly in rural areas, etc. But when you end up facing a human being who's actually going to administer that advice, you need the capability and the capacity to match up. So we need to be investing in human beings that can provide the stopgap for those AI developments.
Indeed, for accountability, we have to always make sure that we keep the human at the center. Just from design all the way to deployment and use. We've got to make sure that the human is at the center. Let's start with just bringing people into the value chain of building these AIs. It's not an inconvenience to bring various sectors of people into the design. It's actually a form of accountability, and in fact, it's going to work for you because you're going to build something robust, which is truly tested, and is also going to have enough uptake out there. So it actually works truly in your favor. So even in the AI policy that South Africa is putting together, those are the safeguards that we have put for ourselves to make sure that we don't, I mean, as government, we don't run amok, and that technology itself does not run amok. So it's a matter of building accountable systems. But lastly, we have got to focus on the matter of language. Make sure that the systems that we build, like you said, get to understand the local languages, and to some extent are built on the local, or that is on the languages. Because if this artificial intelligence is to be intelligent for real, it's got to at least speak the languages that we speak. We can't always be prompting it in languages that are not ours. Thanks.
I think my co-panelists have captured it. I think for me the two things is, when you think about AI application, you have to think about, is this high risk or low risk? High risk, the health example is a great example. Other examples are credit access, right? People actually getting access to money. Critical infrastructure, like we're using now technology in our water supply systems, in traffic supply, and traffic navigation, even for hiring, right? Whether or not you get the job, technology is being used. So I think as a society, we have to think about what are high risk applications, what are low risk applications. And in high risk applications, you want some sort of human oversight, human stopgap to be like, let me be able to be the ultimate decision maker in those contexts, because so much is at stake. But I do think we have to sort of step back and define for ourselves what is high risk for us, what is low risk, and then how do we think about regulation in that space? And how do we do like impact assessments or make them a requirement before such technology is deployed, just as was mentioned. And then the other thing, I really like the point about, it's about the human capacity, right? It's getting harder and harder to tell, is this information real or is it fake? And I think that is a skill set that all of us have to lean into. I don't know if you have a mom that likes WhatsApp, mine does. And she sends me everything. And we've had these conversations about, Mom, you should fact check it, and you can look it up, or you can just like double check before you send it into all of our chats. Also, I am in all of the chats, so I get it 10 times, so you don't have to. But I found it so interesting because they did research and they said that even if you fact checked, sometimes people will say, just in case it is right, I want my child to be safe, so I'm gonna send it to them anyway, right? Like, you plug in the phone and you hold it to your phone, it will explode your brain. It's not true. But she's like, well, in case it is true, I'm gonna send it to my daughter because I don't want her to plug in the phone and have the phone next to her head. But I do think that this is the sort of skill set we have to lead into, asking that additional question. We've all heard about these horror stories when people copy-pasted what they got from ChatGPT and submitted it without double checking. Corporations have done this. And it's mind-blowing to me that you're like, you can learn how to prompt to ask the result to be backed by information. Give me the data that you used to make that conclusion. What are the case studies that are informing your recommendation in health? Which doctors how have they been peer reviewed? But if you don't have the skill set to question the information that you're being fed, you copy paste, you send it off, and you hope for the best. So that's a skill set that all of us have to lose, including my mother. But us too, right? Because the technology is getting smarter, so it might give you a use case and says, yes, this is from this doctor, but the doctor never wrote that case study, right? So it is about us continuing to learn how to use technology, but also question it and make sure it's still based on facts and reality.
And I love that. And I feel like Aquia has much summarized everything that I was going to say. But the big one for me is there has to be a human. The intersectionality we are solving for human. And that's, when I sit in such panels anywhere else in the world, the human angle is always like, yeah, we automate. I mean, things can be done faster, better, using technology. But here we are leaning towards being human. And I want to tell Aquia, even double checking, you know, I mean, a few months ago, the appeal court of Kenya, not any other court, the appeals court of Kenya, somebody used ChatGPT and made up a whole new act. It was the most embarrassing thing ever, and I was not in Kenya. So we were talking about AI and say, oh yeah, your country is actually at the top of using AI, including your judges. I'm like, yeah. Anyway, so even counter-check, like it made a whole new act and cited it in a judgment. That's how bad it was. And so you see it's happening even at places where that are supposed to be sacred. But this idea of policy and ethics, and I always say it boils down to you as a human being. Yeah? Do unto others as you'd want to do for you. So thank you so much, everyone. This was fun. I wanted to bring some energy back into the room, and thank you very much. They're asking me, did you have a question for the panel? Oh my God, I should not have asked that question. Okay, how many questions can I take?
2.
Hi. I'm sorry, I'm a bit shy. Yeah. Okay, my name is Sabam Matsabu. I'm a lead, data analyst for Gani Solutions. So it's going to be a bit lengthy, but I'll try as much as to, put it down. I do not know, I don't remember all your names, so I'll just put the questions as they are. So you'll see if it fits you or not. Okay, I'll start with the governance part. When it comes to the governance part, I think, I think majority of the time we tend to forget when policies are made, they're made by higher people, but affect the lower people. So that comes to one thing that you guys talked about, which is policies restricting innovation, which is the down people, because they are the ones that are facing, the problems the most, and they are trying to innovate themselves to come up with those solutions. Now, the introduction of AI has made that process to be actually, easier. But now, my question is, are we restricting innovation, or do we have to redefine it? An example for that is, let's say I'm good at taking out a problem statement, but I do not know how to come up with a solution. Majority of the time with AI, what would you do? You put that problem statement into AI. It gives you the solution, you apply the solution, and it works. Is that innovation? That's the first question. The second question comes to gentlemen at the end. I'm referring to the security comment that you've said. As well, do you think it's fair when you use certain sites, softwares, and websites, if you are not willing enough to come to, using it by giving your information so that they can use it later on? Is it fair that if you do not give your information, they don't allow you to use their product? That's my question. And my last question, yes, is for the lawyers. It's for the lawyers. Coming to policies, right? Coming to policies, it's easy enough to create policies and to implement them. But the majority of the time is understanding. How do you go about making sure that when those policies come through, people have a full understanding? Because when it comes to those policies, they identify the problem to regulate it, right? And regulating it, that problem can be a spectrum. So hence it comes, how do you educate or make people understand from how that policy can be applied towards the last part? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, let's take one, because he's already here, quickly, and then we
Okay, I mean, for me it's, my name is Khotatso, by the way. I just wanted to bring a little bit of reality into the room. And I think it's great that we have this sort of space and we're having these sort of conversations. But I would like to just challenge a few things that were said. I think we're monumentally screwed, and we are very behind, actually. 16 out of 54 countries having some sort of, not a full strategy and policy, is a huge problem. We're talking about all these high-level problems. Less than 1% of data centers are in Africa. So we're talking about data sovereignty. When are these data centers going to be built here? We have over 600 million Africans that can't even cook with electricity. So even having that conversation about data centers in Africa, like how are you going to do that without energy? Those are like the very critical components about like really scaling this thing up. And even like going from 80 GPUs to 2,000. I mean, Cassava is going to bring about 12,000. One bank said, I'll take all 12,000. So whether it's going from 80 to 2,000 or 20,000, that is not even touching sides. We need to be having a real conversation about like, how are we going to procure 1 million, 2 million GPUs for this continent before we talk about all this like exciting policy stuff. So I just really want to bring it back to reality and that like, let's really grapple. We can hype ourselves up, but we're not going to be able to intervene properly if we can't even be honest with ourselves.
Very well said, sir. And I can say right now, look, we don't have all the answers, okay? Let me have the panel on stage. No one has all the answers. We are still figuring most of the things around AI out. So I think the question was for around websites. There was another one around policy. Dumisani, I think you will take that one. Another one around innovation. So yeah.
Okay, I just want to address, well, I'll try and cover. Firstly, our stuff is seriously based in reality. South Africa started its ICT roadmap in around about 2006. The Center for Artificial Intelligence Research was established in 2011. Okay, we have 11 universities connected to it. We have a conference called the Southern African Conference on Artificial Intelligence Research, and you can find the actual results. The conference is the first week of December. It happens every year. You can see what's actually happening in terms of it. In relation to the process of access to compute, that's fundamentally what you're asking. Now we have a global situation at the moment where you got two elephants stamping around in the grass. And the issue is with whose protocol do we go with? Because they're creating, effectively, the two are decoupling and creating two forms of standards. And the issue becomes, how does South Africa or Africa make a decision in relation to that? And the point is, yes, we know we're behind. We know there are energy issues. The majority of those data centers are in South Africa, okay? There are various energy constraints in relation to that. I say that in terms of cooling, why don't we put them in Antarctica? Okay, I think it's a good idea. But there's a lot of other connections because we're part of the Antarctica Treaty. So your question is absolutely correct, but we need to ground that in the reality of the political, the global geopolitical situation. And how do we actually get access? So we've tried access to various mechanisms to get access to compute. And sometimes you're just not answered. There are components that we've actually set up to actually find mechanisms to get access to that. So even if they're available, they won't just supply you. A simple thing like, for example, I needed the Dell XPS 13 Linux Developer Edition. They refused to supply it to Africa. It's only for the US and the European market. You can't get access anywhere outside for that. So the companies themselves segment the markets and determine what goes where. To the other question, yes, entering data into a website should not be the case. A good example of this is the Daily Maverick website. You will find that they want you to request you to do it, but they still allow you to read the information, even if you don't. Because the right to pay with your data should not be the actual mechanism for access to information. To your first question I want to address is, firstly, what is innovation? And to separate innovation from the concept of invention. So you can come up with a nice idea, and it will remain that nice idea until it actually enters the market, or until there's a mechanism for distribution by which it becomes ubiquitous. Until you have that, it's not innovation. It's a nice idea. And you can do it and make it, it'll be the prototype, etc. Until you create the mechanisms for distribution and how it actually enters a market. For that you need to if the market doesn't exist, how do you build that market? if that market exists, how do you capture what period? What's the addressable market? How do you do over what? I don't want to go into management theory and economics 101, but effectively all of those things connect to it. But there's a big difference between invention and innovation. The key thing is, what is inclusive innovation? And in South Africa, the South African policy is innovation for inclusive development. People need to focus on what is inclusive innovation. In India, they have a mechanism by which your actual local villages have access to the CSR there. They have a mechanism by which distributed systems can move around from village to village. And that is the kind of system that you need. Our CSR is not in that mode. Okay, ours comes from apartheid that has the whole hierarchy, ivory tower concept. That needs to be looked at in terms of what is inclusive innovation. And that's a different approach. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, I think Langley has really got a whole lot of this covered. When we're developing policies, number one, we're not people who are high up there. That's point number one. We walk on these same streets, and we also trying to build a future where our children can learn using these networks and these platforms. We're doing this for our grandmothers. We're doing this really for our parents who we have to take to hospital back and forth on a daily basis, who are not decoupled from society. What tends to matter in actually making policy, normally you hear about how mechanical it is, but what then becomes the determining factor is the quality of the person who is in the process. Are they committed to the process? Are they committed to actually hearing from the people out there? And are they committed to actually bringing those views into the actual policy? But to summarize what I'm saying, we also walk on these same streets. Daily we don't want to be robbed. We don't want to have we don't want to one day not have a network to communicate on. We also have got people that we belong to who live in rural areas that we need to communicate with. COVID has shown us the need for that, and it has actually heightened how much we need to be part of this. Thanks.
Thank you. Put your chairs together for the panel.
That's fine.
Oh, I think it's fine.
No,
yeah.
And I just wanted to give like a point to the guy. I love that you're calling it out, but also it is important for us to measure progress, right? We were at 1, we are at 16. So if next year at this time we're at 16, then we need to question ourselves. We are making progress, and we need to celebrate those small wins. And our goal is to ensure that we are keeping our governments accountable. That's why they are a big part of these villages. In each village, we always have governments, because we are very good as innovators and techies, we are very good at speaking to ourselves. So keeping them accountable, saying we were at 16, we need to get to 30, and then 54. We were at 80 GPUs, we are at 2,000. Next year, we're going to ask Dumisani and Lange. I know you have a majority of that. How much of that is going to the innovators? But the big one for me is what you pointed out, is if the 12,000 GPUs from Cassava, who are in the room somewhere, yes, Cassava, sorry, you're going to get this question in your panel again, is if the 12,000 GPUs from Cassava are going to one bank, yes, one bank wants all the 12 GPUs, what happens to innovators and researchers and everyone else? And I saw a headline yesterday that some of the Cassava GPUs are going to innovators and other people. So that is a question that is going to be asked in that panel, so wait for it. And Cassava will be here to defend themselves. At least they're in the room to defend themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Put your hands together for our panel. Wow, well done. We are trying to manage time so that we don't leave here at 10 p.m., okay?
Photo.
Oh, group photo. Hashtag AI Africa Village. Okay, we done? Hashtag G20. Hashtag South Africa G20. Hashtag AI Village. Okay. Well done. What an amazing session. We're going to have a break after the next session, so you can still interact with the speakers and ask some of your questions during our short break session. And to the guy who asked about, you know, the electricity crisis and data centers and all of that, I believe that there are, in the coming years, there are alternative ways to use less electricity in data centers, because even in advanced countries, this is actually a conversation around how much electricity or how much energy data centers they actually consume. So there are alternative ways that they're working on in actually making sure that these data centers are not such monsters on energy. So yeah, and I think there's a statistic that came out this year that shows that Kenya is actually leading in the use of ChatGPT adoption globally. So when she mentioned Kenya, I was laughing earlier because I've heard about that. And there was a part of the question that I think was not touched on, where the guy was asking if you give a question to ChatGPT, is that still innovation? And I just want to quickly highlight that something before I call the next panel, that the way these language models are built, or the way artificial intelligence is built in itself, this is something I said in one of my keynotes not so long ago, and it's that whatever you give artificial intelligence, it amplifies it. It therefore means that people who are innovative, these models amplify their innovation. It doesn't replace it or it doesn't diminish it. For those that are not very innovative, I don't want to say foolish or stupid, AI also amplify their stupidity. So, because if there's one thing that ChatGPT has taught us, it is that questions matters, all right? When you ask a dumb question to ChatGPT and it gives you a dumb answer, don't blame the ChatGPT, don't blame the AI. Blame the question that you put in. So AI is an amplifier, and it amplifies whatever you give into it. If you give it foolishness, it's going to amplify your foolishness to the next level. If you give it a lot of innovation, it will amplify that. So the panel that was supposed to come on right now, some people are stuck in traffic, and we can understand that it's been raining, security is all over Joburg. And so some of them are stuck in traffic, so we're going to move the panel for after the break. And so the panel that was supposed to happen after the break is what is happening right now. And the team for that panel, or the members of that panel, are already in the room, and they are ready. And the panel of conversation right now is going to be around financing and scaling Africa's AI, which is quite an interesting topic, I think. And so the moderator for that panel will be none other than Tandaza Matanda. Is he in the room? Come and join me on stage, my lady. Put your hands together as she comes. And we have Mamadou Tori. Join me on stage. So put your hands together for him as he comes. Let me get myself out of the way. And we have Charlene Shen. Is she in the room? Put your hands together for Charlene as she comes on stage. And we have Vianney Matonet. Put your hands together for Vianney. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. We have Eric Osiankwa. Hope I did not butcher your name, sir. Forgive me. Eric Osiankwa. Put your hands together for him as he comes on stage. Looks like we have one more person. Jamie Drummond. Jamie, join us on stage. I think you're going to sit right here. We need an extra chair. Please, can you quickly help us with an extra chair? Jamie can sit maybe right here. I don't know. Okay, put your hands together for them as they take on the next conversation. Maybe briefly introduce themselves. I will hand over the mic from this side. Okay, Jamie, here's a chair for you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's pretty much 5 p.m. on a Friday, so congratulations on having the enthusiasm and energy to be still so peppy. So we're about to jump into a subject people either love or hate, which is funding and financing for businesses. So just for context, my name is Tandadzo Matanda, and I'm a VC who left that world to actually build an AI startup in the funding tech space. So I'm the CEO and founder of Musa, which is a funding navigation platform and capital infrastructure for SMEs here on the continent. And what we're trying to solve for is really trying to bridge that gap in ensuring that SMEs have access to capital. So this is a subject very close to my heart, one, from the side of being an AI innovator and from the side of being an AI platform that is financing other businesses. So I'm so excited to have these incredible panelists here with me. I'm not going to butcher their introductions, so I'm going to let them do that for themselves in a moment. But one thing I did want to touch on is we've got such an incredible amount of talent on the continent. But one thing we do not have is access to enough capital. Right? So we're having a situation where, and at Musa we say the capital isn't scarce, capital is stuck. Right? So we're having situations where it's not flowing to where it needs to go. And so hopefully, with these incredible people here, we can talk about real strategies about how we can solve some of those issues and get some of that capital unstuck for AI entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs more broadly on the continent. So over to you and the introductions.
Thank you very much. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Mamadou Koujim Touré. I'm a co-founder of Africa House, who is also a proud partner of this initiative. I'm also founder and CEO of an organization called Ubuntu Tribe. So it's AI and Web3 fintech company, tokenizing real-world asset with an aim to usher shared prosperity powered by artificial intelligence and Web3 technologies.
Hi everyone, my name is Charlene Chen and I serve as the executive director of a private family foundation called Ezra Charitable Trust, and we are focused on improving livelihoods across sub-Saharan Africa. So primarily we focused on small-scale agriculture, agri-processing, tech education, tech entrepreneurship, and we're very bullish on the potential for AI to make a huge impact across the continent. So we've been doing a bit more of grant making in agriculture, education, and hopefully healthcare as well. So I'm excited to present kind of the perspective of private philanthropy and how we can be de-risking more commercial investments in AI.
Hi everyone, pleasure to meet. Thank you to the organizing team to invite me. My name is Yanné Matone. I'm based in Dubai. I occupy the position of senior advisor for a single African family office involved in power sector in West Africa. And we are also a deep tech investor across the African continent where we try to find the latest innovation, not only born in Africa, but latest innovation for the entire world that we can then scale also globally.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Eric Osiakwan. I'm from Ghana, and I run Tanzo Capital. We're an Africa-focused tech VC firm, domiciled in Mauritius, but we have an office here in Johannesburg, Nairobi, and Accra, and we invest in early-stage tech founders across the continent. Our fund is called the King's Fund, so it's Kenya, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, Ghana, and South Africa, and we've done now 35 investments across these markets. Our first fund is a 10x profile, and our second fund is 2020 vintage during COVID.
Thank you. Jamie Drummond, founder of a few different organizations. One of them is Sharing Strategies, which tries to work with climate and development organizations on upstream issues around financing and data. And another one is a group called One, which I founded with the Irish singer Bono, which has worked on HIV/AIDS, TB and malaria, and debt cancellation and financing for development for many years. And I've just come from the Global Fund for AIDS, TB, Malaria replenishment meeting, which is good, but I thought this would be better. So I came across town to this because I wanted to find out what was happening here. I feel like a tiny bit of a fraud because I'm not any kind of expert in financing entrepreneurs in the AI space, but in terms of structuring public policy and public finance, which might in turn help, then I might have something to add to the conversation.
Well, amazing, and so excited to have you all here. I'm going to kick off with Mamadou. You are closest to me. So through Africa House, you've mobilized or plan to mobilize over $50 billion by 2035 for sustainable investments across the continent. I guess, what do you see as the biggest gaps for African AI innovators and that they're currently facing, and how are you looking to address that?
So you can respond. Yes, so I think the biggest gap starts with an important misunderstanding by African players and global players when it comes to the future of AI, right? So you hear the US talking about $800 billion to be invested in data centers and China deploying $1 trillion and so on, right? So it comes from, and of course people say, I mean, as Africa, there's no way you can compete. I mean, right? So you don't have the energy, you don't have the money, so just go and take what we have, right? This is false. And I'll tell you why, because, and I'll give a basic examples, right? So in Africa, we don't compete, we disrupt, right? And I'll give you two basic examples where that exact issue of money was, people told us it would be impossible, right? 20, 25 years ago, we wanted to push, I was investment banking in Europe, we wanted to push hard GSM and mobile telecommunications. Most investors said, you don't even have fixed line, how do you want to go mobile, right? 10 years later, I think I was involved in mobile payments. I think I made the first investment in the world in mobile payments and then got involved with M-Pesa, right? And the banks were telling us, I mean, you're dreaming. I mean, you know, you don't have infrastructure, and how can you compete with banks that have been here for 100 years? Exactly because after 100 years, you haven't done anything that maybe you want to do something, right? And now M-Pesa moves 70% of Kenya's GDP. So we back now to the same question. How are we going to compete? Let's not compete. Why? I'll tell you why. Because the rationale, right, whether it's east or west, is put brute compute force. The problem is AI electricity needs grows 40% per year, and electricity capacity incremental per year is 2 to 3%. It's going to hit the wall, right? So the second thing, and which is very important to understand, we are good when it's decentralized. Not that our governments are not so good. That's another question for another panel, right? But is that what makes us strong in GSM is because people could plug and play, get their mobile, plug into the thing and go. So the future of AI is actually decentralized. Why? Because you have new norms coming that is called the intelligence per watt, in the sense that you can't provide enough electricity, so you're going to force all AI players to not just get dumb because they have money, but to start thinking smart because of lack of money. Remember, invention is mother of necessity, right? So what you have today, actually chips are more and more advanced. So you can run AI on laptops, and even more chips are getting even more advanced on mobile phones. A test was done where you would run some local AI on laptops, and it has 80% actually accuracy, that you would have to go to a big data center somewhere in Palo Alto, but you have it locally. Another key thing is that 70% of the questions we ask for AI are actually local. Google Maps and so on, looking for a restaurant and all those things are localized. So the future is decentralized AI. Today you have decentralized compute, decentralized storage, quantum safe compute, where actually all the money put in a data center could be invested in you as a micro entrepreneur who have those boxes, who don't need billions of dollars, but contribute to a decentralized neural network that actually works in Africa for Africa. So the question of funding becomes, how do you fund decentralized? And that's where I'm a strong believer in decentralized finance. Now, what is decentralized finance is blockchain
So
Web3.
Eric, we're going to have to come back
Cool,
to that.
I'll come back
Make
to
sure
that.
that we keep it flowing. So I'm going to jump across to Eric. So you sit in the early stage investing space. And so from your vantage point, what do you see as the real capital bottlenecks for, particularly AI startups?
Well, that's a loaded question. So generally, I'll tell you our investing principle philosophy. So at an early stage, really what you're doing is you are taking a view on the founder. We say you back the jockey, not the horse. So the founder may have an idea, AI related, and for us, we look for the application of AI. And this is a very important thematic thesis around our investing principle. So we don't invest in the technology. We look for how entrepreneurs are using that technology to solve a critical problem. And so the first line of thinking for us as investors, at least in Chanzo, and my South African partner Tinyuko is here at the back, the philosophy we developed is first we have to build conviction on the founder. That conviction has to do with, can this person realize the vision they have or the idea? Because everybody has an idea. Ideas are a dime and a dozen. The reality about entrepreneurship is who is able to move from idea to reality. So you want to build conviction that this person can actually make it work. But how do you do that? The way we do that is we calculate the execution risk, because it's really the risk of making it work. It's execution risks that you take as an investor. And so you look at the person's background or the founder's background and say, what are the elements that make for executing what you're talking about? And then once we've been able to get a comfort with the execution risks, then we take a leap of faith. Why do we take a leap of faith? That's a test stage that we go through. Because even though you have conviction that the person can do it, and you've calculated the execution risks, there's a very high propensity that it will not work. And so you believe that it could work. And so you weigh on the side of positive, not on the side of negativity. And then you deploy some capital. And so that's the same principle we use for all our founders, and the same thing we use for AI founders. But the reason that there's scarcity in the market when it comes to the correlation between founders and capital is that the reality that very few founders have built technology businesses. Like myself and Tinyuko, we built iBest. We took iBest to Africa and sold it, exited that business. Very few people have done that, so have the experience to be able to look at a founder and be able to do these elements. And that is not to say that there are not people with capital. There are people who have made money in oil and gas, real estate, etc., and they invest in those sectors, right? So I think that the scarcity with technology capital flows is just a function of the maturity or the early stage nature of the industry. And as more founders become successful and they exit, they will start investing in that industry, because that's just how early stage investing works.
A great answer there. And I guess to Vianney, you're an investor as well. You're investing here on the continent, also in the Middle East. I mean, what resonates with you, and what would you challenge from these responses?
So first of all, fundraising for Africa has always been challenging. And it does not apply only to the technological sector. It applies to every single industry you want to look at. We are just underfunded, right? And there is not easy way to go around that. Africa is not yet on the map of global allocator to invest. And there is different reasons. Sometimes it's the size of the deal, right? You want to have a BlackRock to come in Africa, they need to find deals that are big enough for their team to work on it, because their costs are expensive to run a due diligence. So it will gradually increase, right? At least I hope, because I'm very optimistic. But technically all the KPIs in terms of demographic, natural resources, all of them show traction that there will be a growing interest. So when we go down to technological sector where we have, higher risk maybe, at a certain level, at least at the early stage, where I think this panel is discussing about, it's even harder to raise that capital. And one of the major issues around that is the trust. The trust that we can do it. So if you look at the landscape of investment into the VC world, only 23% of the investor in African startup in terms of dollar figures are from the continent. And this number even go worse when we look at the indirect investment. So the VC fund, 90% of their limited partners, so the investor in the VC fund, are outside of Africa. And this means that the ecosystem is also very sensitive to geopolitical events, right? Europeans have been funded the technological sector of Africa heavily through the development finance institution, but Europe is not in a very good economic, stage. And they have their own geopolitical issues. There have not been war in Europe since multiple decades, right? So they need to refocus internally into their own safety, at least for the West part is preparing for that. So Africa needs to step up for its own technological investment. We need African institutions. African ultra net worth individuals are actually starting to look at technology, the second generation, right? The one that have studied in the US, the one that have seen what VC could become and how we could invest in VC, and no, it's not a cash flow game. It's a multiple by exit, so it's not the same type of what we see in Africa. So as they step up into that game, I think we'll be able to have a more viable VC ecosystem. And for AI especially, and for African startup, I think the best way of funding is actually revenue. Because money from investor will always be limited. Even if we bring all the pension fund, all the asset manager to invest into VC, there will always be a limit. While in the opposite, revenue is unlimited. And that's where the trust also come in. African corporate institutions should start to trust their own technology, their own people, and give them revenue. Thank you. So POC is something very common on the Western world, right? You take a portion of your team, a portion of your company, try. If it fails, it's okay, because it's a limited impact. We need to have that culture of trying, launching POC, creating revenue, and then investor will come. When you have revenue, a startup that grow, we follow.
And I think that's such an incredibly important note, particularly during the these G20 summit, when it's the first time that they're on the continent of Africa, where it's like, we need to start backing our innovators and our startups here, the bigger businesses, the policymakers, how do we, the developmental finance, what have you, we need to be backing and seeing how do we loop them in to be part of the solution, not waiting for foreign direct investment or foreign investors to come in and give that, that funding to VCs or what have you. But we're going to change the mode to what actually works. And I guess over to Charlene. I know that Ezra Charitable Trust manages nearly $250 million in assets focused on economic livelihoods here in sub-Saharan Africa. So can you share some examples of funding models that have been successful in guessing that scaled AI or tech-enabled solution space on the continent, and how you made those models work?
Thanks for the question. And I think to take a step back, technology is a very broad topic, and so I think it's important to talk about where is this technology being applied, where is it scaling. So one of the joys of working for a family office is that you get to look at a lot of different models that could be nonprofit or profitable. So I think the first thing to do is really make a distinction about what business model is appropriate for what kind of funding. So I think there's some models where the payer at scale isn't necessarily the beneficiary, and governments aren't always willing to pay for things like early education, last mile health, supporting farmers. So I think it's harder to make those kinds of models unless you have a good revenue payer, profitable. So I think technology can be used in those cases to basically scale reach, scale impact, so that every either donor dollar or subsidized dollar goes a lot further. So I think that's why we're really excited as a foundation to see where both non-AI but also AI-powered technology can lower the cost of delivery. So one example of an NGO that we fund is Digital Green, which sort of made its name with community-based videos, not that high tech, like little Pico projectors and cafes where farmers drink chai. But now they've evolved to develop an application called farmer.chat, which is AI powered, and they built their own LLM. And they also source information locally from farmers. So we're very excited about an example of precision agriculture, which especially in a time of climate change is really critical. So I think that's an example of application we see of AI that could be really high potential. We've also been looking at technology and education. So I would say both tech education and tech-enabled education. So another example of an organization we fund is Imagine Worldwide, and they're using tablet-based learning, so 30 minutes a day in the timetable, and this really supplements classrooms where sometimes the ratio of learners to teacher can be 60, 75 or more depending on the country. So we're seeing like that can really influence the standard deviation of literacy and numeracy for not a very high cost. So I think technology is not always the panacea, nor will AI always be the appropriate solution for social impact, but it can be used to lower the cost of delivery. And I think philanthropy is looking for leverage, right? So I think to your point, there is a ton of money in the world, but there's often a mismatch between the funding, whether it's philanthropic or impact investing or DFI, and just matching it to the organizations that can really leverage that funding and get either the social ROI, the financial ROI, or hopefully both for sustainability.
Yeah, no, and you know, one of the concepts that we're working on is around funding stacking strategies for SMEs. So, I mean, Jamie, you've been working in the blended finance advocacy space, so you're very well versed in this idea of numerous different ways of coming together to get to one capital stack or whatever you want to call, however you'd like to call it. But I would love to know, you know, from your perspective and your work with One Org, which I followed and I think it's such an incredible organization. But what funding structures have you seen work effectively? How does blended, you know, this blended finance kind of come into the picture when we're talking about driving the capital that we need to the continent?
I mean, we come into this conversation at such a dramatic moment with the aid cuts, massive debt servicing, you know, and significant concerns about, you know, recessions in democracy all happening at the same time, and then you got the climate crisis and, you know, threats of new pandemics. So it's such a dramatic moment into which comes, you know, left of stage the sometimes presented savior that is AI. AI can solve all of these problems, make everything more efficient, and then you discover that actually it needs loads of data centers, need loads of power. So, you know, is there some sort of grand bargain where the savior status is you know, maintained and can play this role of making everything that much more efficient through these extraordinary use cases, which could, should we say, facilitate the drawdown of the end of aid and put that through these use cases to these transformative applications. So, I mean, slightly brainstorming with you, literally the thing I've just come from, the Global Fund for AIDS, TB, Malaria Replenishment, I helped get the startup money for that mechanism 25 years ago. It's helped save over 70 million lives. I'm really think we should all be proud of that achievement, and it's been a partnership. It's not been some patronizing thing. It's been a partnership. But that partnership is dramatically evolving as we speak because the pledges across the street are low, lower than they should be. So the question might be, what are the use cases as that mechanism comes to its, you know, to its final decade, should we say? What are the use cases of AI in that? And how could some of that money go, in fact, into AI, health uses of the AI, you know, generation of entrepreneurs and innovators? And then you could do some really interesting things with that capital, and then other money from the World Bank and the African Development Bank and the IFC, and then with, you know, family offices and others who I know are very interested in some of this. For example, green data centers that are, you know, ready for AI, and linked to industrial zones that are employing all of these, or giving opportunity, you know, for these entrepreneurs. As we restructure some of the debts, could that be KPIs for this restructured debt that is much more granular and specific than simply helping a government out at large, that many of the citizens of that country might not wish that government got some blanket debt cancellation restructuring deal. But link it to something as specific as this, I think you could make a really interesting case for a lot of people to come in, and maybe family offices and philanthropies and others would help reduce the cost of the bond or the restructured finance in return for such specific KPIs, which are both sort of green and clean tech. I think that could be really interesting. There's other partners talking about a $60 billion, AI public infrastructure fund, which I'm sure you know a lot about. That might sound like the old-fashioned, large, top-down, public sector-run fund, which some might have reservations about, but perhaps linked to something as specific as what I just mentioned, it could be more innovative and interesting.
You're touching on this innovative perspective. I think African entrepreneurs are so incredibly well-versed at doing more with less. Incredible amounts of innovation. What we want, and really the call is, can financiers be equally as innovative?
I forgot to say, I think there's and I'm not familiar with the people in the room, and I don't quite know how sensitive what I'm about to say is, but it seems like the digital public infrastructure component of this is so important, and yet I can see a sort of a tendency for some partners to want that not to happen, because certain corporate interests will make more money through boutique, specialized capture of bits of the state to provide boutique bits of services at very high cost with willing complicity within government and certain departments. And that tendency must be resisted. And I just wonder how that plays into this conversation, because if we don't advocate for digital public infrastructure, you will lose so much of the scale potential, but you obviously have to have quite a lot of trust in government to get the DPI right. And that's such an interesting, complicated part of the problem. But if you just give up on the DPI and go hell for leather, a Wild West approach, some people will make a lot of money and a lot of people will lose out.
Yeah.
And you'll lose out of the overall opportunity. But getting that right seems really tricky and an exciting challenge to work on together.
So I think, what's kind of interesting on that is actually Shiko and I were at the DPI Summit in Cape Town a couple of weeks ago. I think Dumi was there as well. And the World Bank and all the big players were making a call for a far more collaborative way of building this infrastructure on the continent. And there was a specific call to action to have AI innovators, engaging in that, in which Musa was chosen as actually one of those AI innovators, because it's going to take everybody involved to build robust digital public infrastructure. But I guess jumping to infrastructure, or deeper into the infrastructure conversation, VNA, Africa has less than 1% of the global data center capacity, and a gentleman who has put his black hat on to ask a very interesting question in the last panel. So what do we do about having 1% of the global data center capacity that we need, 1% of the global compute power? What do we do about this? Most of the AI infrastructure investments coming from Microsoft's, Google, and NVIDIA, and these external parties. What do we do in terms of this idea of sovereignty and African ownership over the infrastructure that's going to power the future of AI and really the future of how we innovate as a continent?
We prioritize things. We don't have enough electricity financing to look at building mega data center in Africa. That for me is a suicidal thing. So a data center is power, right? So most probably using our natural energy that we have, so it could be solar, but solar is not working very well for a data center neither. The best technology right now in terms of power that we could have for data center is actually in Kenya is geothermal. That's the best one we could use right now. It's quite expensive to develop, but it's unlimited, right? And they have a very high capacity factor, it's base load, I will not enter the details, but it's the best energy that we could use. And then it's GPUs, right? It's those NVIDIA chips. All of those products are, at least some of them, are based on natural resources that has been mined on the African continent, exported, and then reimported with value added on top of it. It looks a lot like Nigeria oil issue.
Yeah.
right? And we saw what it did to the overall currency of the naira, and we have power there a lot. So I think it's very suicidal to just think of building data center. I think we need some, but I think we need to think them in a very smart way. So a data center at the African Union level, centralization of the data for really the key information that we need to save and that we need to protect. And the rest is where I agree with Mamadou, is we have other ways to make it happen. Right now, the other way is AI on the edge. Using every phone that we have in our pocket to be the equivalent of a small data center. And we don't need a LLM. So when you launch a query on an LLM, you actually activate the entire model. Do I need to do a complex mathematical equation for writing a mail? No. So we need to also focus on what for sure we'll be good at, which for sure will be small language model. And those small language models can run on a phone. So let's focus where our challenges are and where we can turn those challenges into strengths. Those strengths is decentralized, I agree with you, AI on the edge, small language model, and we use our 1 gigawatt of power to finally use our natural resources to add value and not be screwed over with our currency again.
So I know Mamadou has a lot to say.
Thank you. No, of course, I mean, we've had those conversations, so I completely agree with you on that. I just want to put things in perspective, right? Just by way of background, I've been a development finance person. I'm a former World Bank, probably almost a decade. And I was managing director for GE, power, water, mining, oil and gas. So I've done a lot of this thing for the past 20 years, and I came to this very same conclusion. I bought your bank from you. Yes, I remember those days. So, but here is the reality, right? Let's put numbers in perspective. And what you say, we don't have a choice. We're going to indeed have to go on AI on the edge, decentralized AI, decentralized compute, decentralized storage. It's why? Because let's say in 15 years, there's going to be 2 billion Africans, meaning we're going to have the most laptops, we're going to have the most phones, and at night you can use our phones to compute. The chips have made so much progress, and you get revenue. So it's the future of passive income to decentralized infrastructure. And I've done the math. Nobody can take me down on this one, right? And that's our chance. We're not taking it. Now, Jamie made a good point. Development money is dwindling because northern countries, Western, etc., are having budget issues, liquidity issues. So finally, we also need to start counting on ourselves, right? So how do we do to count on ourselves? You talked about resources, right? And don't get me wrong, you still need the development finance institution because they're a form of guarantor and anchor investors for the decentralized world to co-invest or co-finance. I'll come back to that. Africa's GDP, $4 trillion. Global GDP, $90 trillion. Africa's natural resources, $160 trillion. So I don't want anybody to come here and say Africa is poor and has no money. Africa is wealthy. But Africa is illiquid. So the problem we have to solve is how do we turn this wealth that we've been sitting on in something that generates wealth for generations, right? And when I talked about decentralized finance, it's indeed because I spent a bit of time in there. You can today tokenize the resources underground without extracting them. Why? Because a piece of real estate, when you haven't built, has a price, has value. Why wouldn't the resources under your feet have value? And this, we've cracked it, right? And the beauty of decentralized and using blockchain is that you bring fractional ownership. You think of the diamonds in Botswana, the gold in South Africa, the oil in Nigeria. Where it becomes interesting, everyone can buy a piece of the right to those reserves, even at a discounted value. Take this 160 trillion, right? Just take 20% of it. That's $32 trillion, which is 8 times our current GDP, that you can monetize, start with the continent and bring international investors because it's all tokenized. Now, why do I talk about decentralized? Why? Because people have spoken about financial inclusion. But problem for me, and I've been in finance 25 years, it has only solved one problem, which is getting people banked. But it has created two more problems. Basically the poverty trap, right? And the debt trap. Because you get in the bank so that they can sell you debt, and then you get more debt, and then you don't repay, and then you're no richer, right? You have the illusion of it. But when you have collateral, finance is based on two things: asymmetry of information and collateral. What we didn't have was monetizing the collateral. Today, as a nation, as a continent, as a people, we can. And we've done it. Second, asymmetry of information has been one of our biggest problems for decades. But this is the very problem that AI is solving. You want to know market rate, etc. But it's important. I'm really going to finish this one. So now, we want to move from financial inclusion to financial mobility. And that's our chance. Because once you have an asset, you can get a loan on the back of it. Once you have AI, you're doing this fantastic project about AI helping SME finding money. Today, an AI can scrap internet and find you the investors you need in 30 seconds, right? And you can also make it available to anybody's phone. We made it available on our wallet. Now, where it becomes very interesting is that also our culture. Who's heard of Stockfeld? Okay. Who's heard of Tontine in Cameroon? Susu in Ghana? We have a mindset of collective funding that has been erased through colonization, but that stays very much ingrained in our rural areas, where a collective funds someone. Think of your AI, which is brilliant, which helps an entrepreneur find investors, but be ready also in terms of investability. If people know that guy, everybody, if he knows 100 people, and the guy puts, say, let's say $1,000, because they believe, because the AI is well structured, and because you have a decentralized finance model, we can fund ourselves. And when people see that we could fund ourselves and we made that space, investors are all scared. They always not want to be the first one. Let us be the first one for our own people, right? And then the DFIs, the donors will come. Success calls success, right? So in that sense, AI, decentralized finance, is an opportunity. We don't have the infrastructure. We can decentralize the ownership, get revenue on that infrastructure so that you get passive income, and also decentralize the funding of that infrastructure. Thank you.
No, and thank you for that. So, I mean, we've only got a couple of minutes left, so we're going to go a little bit. No, of course. Powerful topics, and so we're going to look a little bit into ecosystem interventions. And I'm really curious, and I would love for Eric and Charlene to kind of chime in here. Which one policy or ecosystem intervention do you think we would need to increase the flow of capital to the continent and accelerate the economic and social growth that we need to happen here? And we can start with Charlene.
Okay. Well, yeah, I agree. For all investment, AI or otherwise, we need the African Free Trade Continental Agreement to actually work. Freedom of people, movement of people, currency, and goods. Yes, all of the things. So there's like a whole ecosystem. I'll zoom in on some of the things I think would help the ecosystem. And I'm going to use some of the pillars. Sorry, Shiko, if I missed some of them. But we need the compute. We need data sets to be more open source. We need the talent, which we have lots of on the continent. We need the entrepreneurs and the applications. And then the non-sexy ones are probably like policy, benchmarking, evaluation, so that we know that what we're building is actually working well. So I think those are some of the things that should be a base foundation. And I think this goes back to financing of who pays for this stuff, who pays for DPI. Do we wait around for governments to fund DPI? Do we get philanthropy involved? And so I don't have the perfect answers for how, I think one of the confusing things for financing is that there's a lot of funding happening across the continent, but it's fragmented. And so it's hard for new funders to come in and say, here are the gaps. This is where we should be investing. So I would put in a plug for, I think foundations are first to go for sexy applications, right? It's like put $1 in, get social impact and financial ROI out, the less attractive stuff is important as a foundation. I'll just give one concrete example. The agency fund has a AI for Development Accelerator, 8 amazing global majority social enterprises across India and Africa in agriculture, education, and healthcare. All of them had spent a ton of time and energy on localization, the speech to text back to local speech. So I think this is an area that is, talked about a lot, but I think should be a base foundation so that we make sure that the data sets we're creating and that entrepreneurs are building upon are localized for local context. So I think that as a foundation will unlock a lot more social impact and then hopefully, again, financial ROI.
What we've been doing is sort of activating local capital, right, to invest in local entrepreneurs. And we started with ourselves, and we started an event called Angel Fair Africa, building on the same sort of community sort of investing mindset. So Angel Fair Africa is our annual event where we bring the entrepreneurs that we want to invest in, and we invite other investors that want to invest with us, or people who have not invested before. And so you come to a room like this, and you get the entrepreneurs to pitch. And people create, syndicates, people collectively invest, and that's how we've done it the last 12 years. And this year, together with my partners, we took it to the US. Why did we take Angel Fair Africa to the US? We did 2 events, one in New York and one in San Francisco. Because over the last 12 years that we've been doing this, we've had a lot of African diaspora coming to our events, and they begin to see these entrepreneurs. They're like, oh wow, so the next Facebook or Google could come out of Africa, right? And the event we did in New York, we found a company that is built an edge AI platform called FastTagger. So if you go to FastTagger, these guys have been able to build a platform that allows AI to run offline. So your phone that is dumb can actually do AI computing. And guess what? It was started by African entrepreneurs. So we believe that this is where the real edge is. And that's why we're backing these founders and using our platform.
Yeah, and on that note, honestly, thank you everyone for being here this afternoon and for this incredible panel. I think if we're going to take anything away with us, it's going to be around we need truly innovative approaches to solve the capital scarcity issues that are happening on the continent. But the good news is we are truly innovative people on the continent. So I think capital isn't scarce, it's stuck. And more importantly, Africa is not poor, it's illiquid, which I love. I'll be using this one from now on. So thank you everyone for your time, and enjoy the rest of today.
Group photo. So while they're taking a group photo, we're going to have a quick break now. We have 2 more amazing panels. 2 more panels after the break. And we also have a DJ in the house later. Please put your dancing shoes on. Remember the hashtag G20, Africa AI Village. Hashtag G20, hashtag AI Village, hashtag Africa G20. Thank you. 15 minutes for the break. Hello? 15 minutes for the break. 15 minutes for the break.
What is the next panel discussion?
I think it's on building AI on constraint. Yeah. Okay, I'll check the next one now. Let me just announce. Please be back in the room. Hello? Hello? Please be back in the room at 5:45. 5:45, be back in the room. Thank you. Hello? Can we take our seats, please? Yes. Can we take our seats, please? If you can hear me from outside, please come in. Hello. Our next session starts now. Hello from outside. Our next session starts now. You know what you can do? Come inside.
Just to show you that I actually did take pictures.
Yeah, that looks so cool. Okay, take one next to here, right here. I need the G20 thing out. Okay. All right.
Realizing very quickly that, and then
Okay, just move your head with me. Move your head with me. I hope you brought your dancing feet. Who brought their dancing feet into the room today? Oh my God. I see you shaking your head, Moses. Okay, we're going to start our next session now. DJ, thank you. We're going to do this later, all right? And there was something mentioned during one of our, by the way, my name is still Nikki Verd, okay? It hasn't changed. There are times people come on LinkedIn and they will inbox me on LinkedIn and say, hi, Vicky Nerd. I'm like, really? Initially, I used to get so upset by that. I thought I had the most easiest name. How come you just switched the letters and now I'm Vicky Nerd? But then I realized because I'm an author, I'm a writer. So yeah, nerd actually works. So I decided to go along with it and make fun of it, you know. So I kind of enjoy it now when someone says, hi, Vicky Nerd. So when you see me outside, depending on the size of your mouth, I'm either Nikki Verd or Vicky Nerd, all right? Any of them works. Someone mentioned during the panel earlier about AI or people being responsible using AI. And I remember giving a talk and I was talking about accountability cannot be automated, right? Because so many people are using AI and running with things that are not real and submitting reports on things that never happened because AI told them to do so. Guess when such a thing is caught, guess who is getting fired? Definitely not AI, okay? I don't know how many people in the room heard about the story of Deloitte and the report the report they published this year, and it was so faulty, they had to refund the part of the money to they sent an apology letter and had to refund the organization part of the money they were paid because they submitted references that never existed because AI told them to do so. So I always say this, one of the ways to humanize AI, and I'm very much about human-centric artificial intelligence, one of the ways to humanize AI is that you and I, we stay in the loop. All right, we don't let AI be pilot. It's called, Microsoft calls it Copilot. They call it Copilot for a reason, all right? We don't let AI become the pilot. We allow it to be the co-pilot. So who stays as the pilot? Who is the pilot? Hello? The human. You and I. We are the pilot. Because we cannot be collecting things that ChatGPT gave us and submitting it, and we're still talking about humanizing AI when we are removing ourselves from the loop. The human in the loop is not like an organization just put a human in the loop. It is you staying human in the loop. So that whatever AI gives you, you fact check it to make sure that this is real before you submit it. Because AI can give you something that is so convincing that is wrong. All right? So human in the loop doesn't just mean organizations making people to check things at the back end, but it also means that you and I, we stay in the loop. Whatever feedback AI gives us, we make sure that we fact check it, right? Human in the loop, on the other hand, also means that let the AI do the research, let the AI do some of the strategy, let AI do whatever it needs to do, shorten the time for you as a human being, but the execution should be human. The execution of the final product should always be human, meaning that the human has checked through it before it goes through. So AI cannot be, accountability cannot be automated. Humans need to stay in the loop, and that is you and I. Don't run the things that AI gave you without fact checking. So we're going to go with our next panel, which is around building AI under constraint. And I think some questions were raised earlier about if Africa has the capability or the ability to actually pull this off. But we can work with what we have, right? And that's the conversation that we're going to be having now. And this conversation will be led by Robin Miller. Is she in the room? Yes, you can join me on stage, my lady. Put your hands together for her as she comes on stage. Come this way. So when our panels come up, they will introduce themselves. So but for now, we just call them up. Dino Rich. Put your hands together for Dino as he comes on stage. Lerato Magata. Lerato? Okay. Lerato doesn't seem to be in the room. Mike Mpaja. Put your hands together for Mike. Andre Penderis. Andre Penderis. Andre got lost in traffic, I think. Professor Otto also got lost in traffic somewhere. And we're going to now call one last panel member, Esther Monji. Put your hands together for Esther as she comes on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we go to our next conversation now.
Hello, everyone. Well, great. I think we teed up this conversation, which is titled Building AI Under Constraints. And we've already had a number of conversations about all of the constraints that are facing solutions here. We have challenges with data. I think there's something like less than 5% or 1% of Africa's data is even owned by Africa. The number of data centers is less than 1% on the continent. We heard the complexities of, well, the jump from 80 to 2,000 GPUs is just nowhere enough. We could go down a real rabbit hole on this. Connectivity constraints, power constraints. We really go down a rabbit hole. I'm sure everyone in this room at some point has. But what if we started to reframe this condition, or these constraints, and started thinking about them as the conditions for the markets that we're building within? I think we've all heard the term innovation in crisis. Where does innovation often occur? It occurs when there are parameters, there are constraints, and there's a drive to come up with new solutions. I'm joined today by 3 individuals who we might call the outliers in this conversation, because they are building solutions that have embraced these constraints, worked within these constraints, and are building models and solutions that are having significant impact. So we're going to spend, and I will caveat that given the time, given that there are so many rich discussions happening, we have been asked to constrain our timing a little bit, pun intended, with the panel. But I'm joined by 3 individuals who are going to share a bit of their insight on how they've actually embraced some of these constraints and what advice they would give to others and to the ecosystem in terms of unlocking some of those constraints or embracing them further to drive even further innovation. First, I'll turn to you, and I'll turn to you, Dino. You're the CEO and the founder of Adair Africa. Curious, and I'll ask the same question to each of the panelists. Can you give us one constraint, data, talent, policy, connectivity, power, that you've embraced or one principle you've taken that's helped you in the design and actually early success of the work that you're doing?
Sure, thanks very much. For a little bit of context, IRA builds AI capabilities for clinical workflows. So it's health tech. We build these capabilities both for facilities and healthcare workers, and we provide direct consumer AI components and tools. And I think when it comes to facilities and healthcare workers, 2 of the big constraints have been connectivity, and one of the ways we've gotten around that is big R&D investment on-device AI. So we use a lot of computer vision for diagnostic support and figuring out how we can put a small SDK, as small as possible, on a tool and make the AI run offline. So that's huge. We're also doing a lot of R&D around using smaller language models as chat companions. The second big one has been hardware, especially when we talk about direct-to-consumer tools, ensuring that we think about their costs. We think about the struggles with downloading an app and often using it and keeping it in content people. So we put a ton of R&D to load data-related needs and working through WhatsApp as a delivery platform for our AI capabilities.
When we started with regulation, and one that remains is data. So from a regulation perspective, interestingly enough, and rightfully so, the South African Reserve Bank doesn't like the use of AI when it comes to credit rating individuals. which is fundamentally correct, because you must be able to explain why you're charging someone a particular interest rate. Now, when we realized that, we had to come to the conclusion that we were going to need different tools to be able to correctly credit rate the kinds of businesses we were looking at. Those are the kind of businesses people traditionally call informal, but they make up the majority of the African continent. And if you're going to scale a business, you need access to capital. To get access to capital, you need to correctly risk rate. Now, the challenge of a machine learning model or traditional data science is that you're predicting the future based off of yesterday. Now, in the context of the country we live in, where our history is that people were discriminated for a particular color, you can very quickly see how when you use machine learning models, you're going to run into a particular problem. So that led us to saying, well, what are real-time data points? And what are auxiliary approaches that can give you an indication about whether this person or this business is trustworthy? And that fundamentally shifted our approach in terms of how we thought about risk, but also how we thought about the businesses we're supporting. And in the process, we stumbled upon what we think is this massive opportunity, is that there are constantly new points of data being created, and most of the traditional financial service providers aren't aware of those. So that kind of gave us a moat in the sense that they have this large treasure trove of data, but it's historical data that leads to the same outcomes. The opportunity is around what are the different data sources. So for example, if someone's paid their rent for the last 13 months, every month, on time, that's an additional data point. If someone, it's called a stokvel in South Africa, but it's basically a loan scheme, very low default rates. If someone is part of that, that's another indication. So all of a sudden, we stumbled upon something incredibly valuable. But data, I would say, remains a massive problem. The telcos and the traditional financial service providers sit on the largest amounts of data, but their approach is really extractive. How do I use someone's data to make as much money as I can? Whereas what we think is, how would you make data available so that your data works for you? So regulation and I think access to the existing data on the continent still remains a challenge, where data is controlled by a very small hand.
Okay, if you'll allow me, oh, okay, great. My name is Esther Muni. I am the head of AI and tech enablement at PATH. PATH is a nonprofit, and its goal is to advance health equity using innovation and technology. And I'm also the founder of Charmed by Data. Robin, I hope you can allow me to give 2 examples, because I've worn 2 hats. I've been in the for-profit and also in the non-profit world. When I was the Chief Data and Analytics Officer of a financial institution, a big constraint for us was shortage of skills and talent. And I think that's a big one, I think, particularly in the South African context. And the short-term solutions for a lot of us was to just poach from one another, right? We just steal each other's skilled workers. We were not really thinking long-term. We were thinking about today. And so, some of us got together and said, look, how do we solve this for tomorrow? And if you think about AI and even particularly data, I mean, we're now moving in this fourth, this world where we're looking at AI, we're not even completely sure and understanding the world of data and data management. And when I started off as a data analyst or a data engineer, people would ask me, what is that? What did you study in school? A lot of organizations are going into universities, are running, these roadshows to try and get the right talent into their graduate programs. But I feel like that's too late. People have already chosen their careers or their subjects or their degrees already in universities. We need to start thinking, at the grassroots, how do we get people, particularly children and also parents, on the dinner table to start having that understanding conversations about what are those future skills. not just the age old, you should be a doctor, lawyer, engineer, right? For us, we've started to have conversations and looking at how do we dig into the grassroots, how do we have those conversations in high school with the Ministry of Education, with local communities around skills and talent. Then on the nonprofit side, in the healthcare space, because that's what we focus on, is one was access to data, and two is access to when we do our testing and when we do model testing, a lot of that work was being done by AI engineers and built by AI experts that are sitting in the West. And we realized that that was creating bias in our data. And so we made a conscious and actually a deliberate decision that a lot of our testing and monitoring needs to be vetted and includes the local people and the people that we are and the communities that we are serving. And that has worked really, really well. Yeah.
Excellent. I mean, I think individually you've each touched on the aspects of connectivity, regulation, data, talent. So we're starting to kind of uncover some of these constraints that we're continuously hearing about and recognizing there are solutions. And even some of the constraints, I appreciated your point about data. The historical data doesn't necessarily serve us. So what are we doing to get more and better and more nuanced data today? So another topic that comes up often, and it came up earlier, was the topic of ethics, and ethics from the place of either solutions being built that are not considering ethics or have some sort of bias in the nature of the skew of the ethics that are being deployed. There was a call for what does it mean to have an ethics perspective for and from Africa, and sort of pros and cons of what that might mean, or interpretations of what what is even meant by ethics. But again, in a place where in the work that you're doing, it strikes me that through some of the sort of pre-conversations and discussions that there's an approach you're proactively taking to thinking about how to incorporate ethics right from the start or throughout the process of building, prototyping, deploying, scaling. And the nature of ethics challenges may change over time. So I'm going to ask two questions. I think one is curious for your reflections on, for reflections and experience and how you're incorporating and defining these challenges of ethics within your solutions. And second, and I'll ask two questions at once, just a bit of recognizing time, and you may have different anchors that you want to draw on. But the second is that within, and Esther, I'll pick up on your point. You talked about working quite closely with communities early on. Within some of that, there could be pushback that, yes, but that's so small scale, it's going to be very difficult to extend reach and to grow and to scale beyond something that just remains hyper decentralized and actually loses the efficiencies of and potential for impact, or how do we move faster kinds of questions. So second question would be, in the environments where you're overcoming a number of constraints and you've built successful solutions, how do you think about different pathways to scale? And what is it that we're missing in some of these other conversations that say it's going to be incredibly difficult to scale in Africa for a mix of reasons, whether it's borders or it's addressing all these constraints or and. So perspective on how you're incorporating ethics and or how you're thinking about scale in both of your solutions. Happy to.
Oh, sorry. No. Jump in the queue. So I'm mainly in health tech and health AI. I think ethics there is probably more critical than anywhere. And for us, the key question is, does the tool do what it's supposed to? And how do you monitor it and measure it? So the big thing we push, both in terms of our thought leadership and in terms of our products, is transparency around what the tool says it will do and metrics to measure it. And part of that is incorporating safety nets within the AI. As an example, with our chat functions and our AI companions, we have a very transparent monitoring and evaluation framework where we've built alternative software that monitors the conversations for errors, and we can show error rates. And we use a sampling selection of human labelers that look at conversation transcripts de-identified to show that the tool's working well. So there's this whole fear around evaluating tools. We think you have to have transparency on your metrics, on what it's supposed to do, and a good measurement framework around tracking that. And for us in health tech, that's very important. The other quick thing I'll touch on in ethics is, it came up earlier, the digital divide, and this notion of, can you provide AI to urban and peri-urban areas that have better infrastructure, and what about those who can't access it? And it's a big problem. The only thing I'll say on that point, it's tough because it's very difficult to get to everyone all at once. If you can, in a healthcare system, provide efficiencies in highly populated urban and peri-urban areas where AI helps to create cost savings, you can redistribute those for better primary healthcare in a rural area or an area without, even if it's not through AI. So when we look at that argument or that kind of discussion, it's not just AI or no AIs. Does the whole system find benefits, and can those be redistributed in a way that's transparent to other sectors? On pathways to scale, I think for us the biggest thing has been looking for integrations. I spoke about how we deliver through WhatsApp a number of AI services, and the reason is people have it, they know how to use it, it's easily accessible. We work with other app providers that are already scaled, and we might say, within your app that people are already using, could we integrate with you in an existing platform that helps fast-track scale? So there's lots of examples of that, but in South Africa there's a very innovative Wi-Fi taxi access point, and it's a point that we're really excited about because you have people commuting every day for multiple hours. They're able to access Wi-Fi on their commute. Could you provide them with free healthcare access around information through the tool that they're already accessing? So that's what I mean by integration opportunities. And then I think cost is a big one. It's both ethical and pathways to scale. Anything related to transparency and reduce costs. Could you give everyone a healthcare companion they can use 24/7 around the clock for under $1 a year? What could we do? We don't think that's out of reach. What could that mean for health systems and countries?
Thanks, Dino. I love that. I think Dino touched on the equity piece in terms of healthcare outcomes and the accuracy piece of the technology. But I think the nature of ethics demands a reflection at a little bit of a philosophical level when it comes to AI because of the nature of the technology. So the questions we should be asking ourselves in our businesses is not, does the law allow us to do this, but is it right or wrong? And that's a much harder question to answer. And when you look at the capital being invested in AI, it is not purely being driven by the fact that there's a high ROI. There are geopolitical forces that are pushing it, and the reason is because AI gives you power. So when you're building powerful tools, the question we ask ourselves is, how do we build checks and balances? And part of that has been a conversation that we have with our partners, and I was having this one even yesterday with one of our partners, where we say we are very, very, very passionate about partnering with organizations who are content on keeping their data. And we have frank conversations with them, and we say, look, we want to build on your data. We want to build models on your data, and we will find ways for you to make revenue from your data, but we want you to keep owning your data. And that is particularly important because of how you started. The majority of African data isn't owned by Africans. And when you look at the most AI native continent, it's the African continent. In other words, the continent feeding the most new raw data into the system is Africa. And every day we are losing that power. So it's fundamentally important for us to ask, well, how do you mitigate for power and how do you govern power? So checks and balances are hugely important. And making sure that people understand the power of data and that people keep their data. I think the second piece is around thinking, where do solutions come from? And I think many a time, especially with engineers and technologists, we believe we have a monopoly on wisdom. And anytime a few people are making decisions for many people, history's proven it, it goes wrong. And one of my co-founders, Dr. Rose Phillips, has this thing called empathy by design. And it's become part of our philosophy. And it says, anytime we're designing a tool, we don't have an end user, we have a central user. So we have someone in the middle who we are designing for. And we come to the community believing that the community has wisdom to solve their problems. And that then goes directly to how do you scale, right? How do you scale when you believe that communities have the ability to solve their problems? immediately you start thinking about, well, how do I build platforms that are tools where when any community has this tool, they can bespoke it? Because our thesis is that the future is going to be decentralized, where communities are going to be increasingly important in terms of deciding their future. And a final thought on ethics, I think why, in my mind, I'm often asked the question, well, does AI destroy the world? And I say, in a future where there is an AI terminator, Africa is going to be the world's saving grace. And the reason is because on this continent, being human is sacred. When you have conversations about transhumanism and is humanity, you know, just a phasing, you know, path of intelligence, in Africa, the philosophy of Ubuntu, Umuntu, everywhere you go on the continent, we have different words to describe it. We believe there's something special about being human. And because of that, how we design is to augment, to accelerate, and to amplify human lives, not to replace them.
Wow, that's amazing, yeah. Look, I think for us, and just like Dino, you know, we deal with very sensitive data. We deal with very sensitive solutions because we're in the healthcare space. And one of the questions we always ask ourselves every single time we're building something is, what's the cost of being wrong? And sometimes it's a factor of life and death. And, you know, when it comes to the data that we are feeding these models, you know, we often talk about data quality, but what is true data quality? How many of you in your organizations have 100% data quality? I don't think anybody can, right? So what is that tolerable level of quality? And often that is what we are often debating. That if we are at this level of quality in our data, in our models, are we comfortable that the decisions and the outputs that come out of these models, the decisions we make, we're going to be able to live with? So that's often the question we ask ourselves. Then the other thing is truly around, you know, when we talk about ethics, and we also talk about the concept of data privacy and the rights that we have as people and as humans. But more often than not, the people that we are building these solutions for don't understand their rights. They don't understand what POPIA is, what is GDPR. You know, we are building these solutions and regulations for people, and they don't truly understand what it means. And one of the things that we've done is with every solution we build, we must make sure that we are building some transparent mechanisms around how we get consent, how we are transparent about the usage, and how we're using their data, particularly patient data as an example. And then the other thing is we try and also communicate and create awareness to the people around what we're doing with their data. And often they're not, like I think it was mentioned, that organizations think that they own the data. But actually, we own the data. The communities own the data. But there's this thinking, especially in the profit world, that just because I'm your client and you have my data, you own it. You don't. I should have autonomy and have a decision and consent around what you do with it. But people do not know what that means. So there needs to be a level of awareness when it comes to that. The other thing we've done is, and I think it's back to the point around scalability, with PATH, we've worked with a lot of ministries of health, a lot of healthcare facilities, organizations. So we have a lot of healthcare data. And we asked ourselves, what are we doing with it? Should we just keep it? Should we just sit on it? So what we've done is we've created an initiative where we've built an Africa Health data set, and it's built on OpenAI, and we want to make it available, right? And I think the other thing, I want to go back to the point around the constraints. One of the things I think we need to think about is, we often think that, there's a saying, not all data is equal. And also, we don't need all data. right? So there's a whole idea around how we, the data that we use and we feed into our models. And on the whole idea of using SLMs, it's ensuring that the data that we are using that is important, that is critical, is clean. And we don't have to feed everything into our models. So even in the Africa data set that we're building, we're thinking about what exactly that needs to be in that data set.
Incredible. Thank you. This is very helpful. I'm going to do two things. One is one final question for the panel that I know I teed up with each of you earlier. Is that me? And then also preempt with the audience if maybe we try for one round of questions, so maybe one or two questions if there are burning questions from the audience. But one of the reflections I have is the nuance of responses that you've given. There are so many dimensions to this, both from the perspective that you've figured out ways to figure out what matters, what doesn't matter, find focus, and not accept the preconceived notions of what ethics means or what data is important, or how you manage questions of ownership, and how you figure out what you want to work and is it working, is it not working. There are a whole range of actors in this room and beyond, from policymakers to researchers to investors to funders of different forms of capital to other entrepreneurs and innovators. And you're sitting here today because you've achieved a level of early success and success that others are still sort of in the world of grappling with so many constraints. If you were to either look back 1 or 2 years, I'll keep the time frame tight because things are changing so quickly, or reflecting on one of the successes that you've had in overcoming these constraints, what would be one piece of advice that you would give to this room? So just help the next generation unlock this aspect, or let's put a bit more into this angle. What would it be? And very brief as well, but curious to hear what would be that one constraint you would reflect on and ask the ecosystem to invest in.
I mean, you said constraint and advice. What I would kind of say, looking a few years back, would be, it's the 20% that makes 80% of the difference. So when you're thinking about innovating, especially in the AI space, what can you innovate on top of that already exists to radically decrease the cost of your product? So obviously we now live in a world where there's DeepSeek and all these other open source models. The biggest difference would come from, can you identify a very tiny lever that moves a number of things? And my advice to anyone trying to innovate is spend the most amount of time focusing on that tiny lever that shifts a lot, and that's what's going to help you build a successful product.
I like that. Fantastic. Dina? Esther?
Sure. Geez, what advice? I think start where you are and start with what you have. I think a lot of us think that we need to go out there and get all these sophisticated, expensive solutions and technologies, but the solutions out there that are cost effective. And one thing I will say is I really have a concern when people talk about AI solution. AI is an enabler. It's a tool, it's a technology. It's not the solution. It's what you use to enable something, right? So it's about the use case, it's about your goals, it's about the objective. So start there. Start with that use case. What are you trying to achieve? And when you're assessing that use case, think about the constraints. Think about your risk tolerance. A lot of people don't consider that, not all of the organizations are the same. So you talked about where are we in terms of how we look at ethics or how we look at constraints. Some organizations are conservative. They want to first build the governance structures, which is okay. And some people just want to go and experiment and build and solve and put it out there. Understand where you are as an organization. Because if you're an AI leader, an AI practitioner, and you're in an organization that is conservative, you need to think about that and how you are building your solutions. And the concept about building for Africa is so important. We need to think about how we embed the African philosophies, around togetherness, community, the cultural nuances. When people say we're building for Africa, sometimes I ask, okay, elaborate. We're not a monolith, we're not this one unit, we're not the same. So when we're building the solutions, yes, it can be a solution in Kenya, but maybe it won't work in South Africa. But at the same time, it maybe can. It's really about also leveraging understanding and truly thinking about how we're solving African problems for Africa.
So from my side, the constraints I think that we didn't speak about but came up earlier was knowing the rules of the game a few years ago in terms of regulatory landscapes would be super useful, both for attracting investors who might be nervous in the absence of that. People want to know the framework, the parameters, you can then get investments and you can then play the game within that field. The second is value and access. So we spoke to value in terms of what adds value to people's lives and features and the product, and then access is a lot about the platform but cost. So it's a little bit of those two, like value, access, and a clear kind of framework for how the game's meant to be played.
Great. Thank you all. I know we're at a little bit less time, but incredible insights. I also have a feeling I'm about to be overruled on the questions from the audience. So just a quick thank you to my panel.
A burning question? One question? Oh my God, okay. Two, that's fine. Okay. Please make your question brief and clear and direct to the point. Second, yeah.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lengiwe. I am from a company called Marpemed. It's my own business. I provide employee wellness services to the corporates, and I have questions with regard to AI. How do I integrate AI into the services that I offer to my clients? And also, I'll give an example. When I have to go to a client, maybe to do vitals, there are machines these days that you can just get your blood pressure and everything done quickly, BMI, all of that. But the cost of getting those machines is quite expensive for an SME. Where can I start to build towards that? Because I find that if I have to go with 3 nurses, I can save costs and just go with 1 nurse who's just going to take a blood sample and do cholesterol and HIV or all of that. And I have a system or a software that can help me do the other vitals. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Urina Harrell. I will be very brief. We mentioned all data does not need to be used. My question, because I work with SMEs, I have a marketing agency, but a lot of what I found is my SMEs don't always keep the data they should keep. So how do you choose what data to keep and what data to maybe put on pause? I know that that's something you're choosing right now.
Hi, my name is Joshua Awesome. I host an annual mental health conference. It's co-located with the largest healthcare in Daba. So my question really is about how do we navigate the crisis that we're facing. So we just found out recently that 1 million people every week talk about suicide on ChatGPT. I don't know if we all know that, but and there's not a lot of appetite for mental health. And I'm sure you can tell my voice is hyperventilating because of this. I don't know what to do. Recently, someone was screaming over the phone and saying to me, "You claim you run a mental health institute. Why don't you want to help us?" And in my head, I'm thinking, this is not what I signed for. So, that's my question. I don't know. Thank you.
Can I answer that? Just to answer him quickly, you need to talk. And I'll tell you why. The day before yesterday, we launched in Sabra, AI for health, for mental health. And it's a regulatory sandbox where we look into these type of challenges. Because what people are doing is they don't have access to mental health services, so they're going to ChatGPT to ask questions. And like America, for example, a situation where somebody went into these chat boxes and asked for help, and they came and asked them to kill themselves. So we're looking at how do we, one, from a regulatory perspective, how do we regulate what we call AI as a medical device? And secondly, how do we create scenarios that are specific to the African context? Because when we talk about, for example, depression or suicide, it doesn't necessarily look the same here as it does in the West. So we want to see how do we contextualize that in the context of Africa.
Yeah, so a couple of quick ones. I'm happy to chat to you after this. Got tons of ideas around efficient health service delivery, wearables you can buy for 50 Rand, even 50 Rand wearables that can help with vitals, and then history taking. You can do a great job with history taking and structured data extraction that can make one nurse feel like two or three. So happy to give you a card and chat through that afterwards. On the mental health, the self-care AI companions we deploy, the biggest topics are relationship advice, financial distress, and mental health, people talking about feeling down. We have put guardrails and parameters around it. We have the beginnings of a framework for safety that we'll be working with Path on under this grant. But importantly, to your question, you have to have the AI knowing where its limits are and referring into reputable service delivery. So when does it refer to South African National Anxiety and Depression Group? When does it refer to Lifeline? When do you have a quality counselor service it can link to? But the other part is people weren't having those conversations because they had no one to talk to. So at least there's an outlet through some of the AI tools to at least have the discussions, which especially youth weren't having before. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Put your hands together for Anel. Thank you so much for everything. We're going to have a cocktail after the last comment, so you feel free to pass them outside and keep their brains going. So we have one more panel to go. So just a quick update. We're not going to our hot desk because of some. Oh, okay. Try not to look at the photos. Try
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and AI personalities within the audience, welcome to the graveyard shift. I think with respect to firstly acknowledging the audience itself, you guys are brilliant. It is a testament to how important the dialogue that we are facilitating in today is, that so many of you are still here, even at this time. On a Friday, I can imagine a lot of people might have a lot of things to do. So, well done to you. It is indeed amazing. And I must say that when I have absorbed all of the information, all of the data, all of the topics that have been said, there was definitely pearls of wisdom. And that's what it's about. We are the catalyst for the change that we want to see within this landscape. On that note, our topic right now, as the end topic, is about right computing. And this is interesting because let's talk about AI and the AI enablement environment. Insofar as AI is concerned, we've talked about a lot of topics. We talked about GRCLA, so governance, risk control, legislative assurance frameworks. Then we moved on to infrastructure. Infrastructure being the physical, virtual infrastructure. Then we talk about connectivity. Connectivity which allows that sort of flow of information. And then we talk about sustainability. For this topic, we are zoning into infrastructure, and we are zoning into what can we do with the socio-economic and politicized reality we find ourselves in as a continent, as an intra-Africa community. So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dr. Nishal Kushal. I am the president of the Africa-Dubai SciSec Alliance. I'm also part of the UK Chamber of Commerce in the sense of a board member on the subcommittee. I'm also a digital forensics and AI leader for Forbes Mazars. I'm going to quickly round robin with my esteemed panel just for an introduction, and then we'll move on to our questions. Thank you.
In the process of building the AI factory in Cape Town. So we talk about these 2,000 GPUs. We are starting on that journey. They physically, it's being commissioned, cables are being put in, everything in our localized data center in Cape Town. So thank you very much for your time this evening, and appreciate you listening to us.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tina Tamrajan. Thank you guys so much for taking the time to be here. I head developer relations at NVIDIA, and I focus on emerging markets.
I'm Nadia from an outlier in this room, because 2 years ago I technically didn't thought I would be very close to AI. I work for a consulting company that works to harness the power of data across the data ecosystem, everywhere from the architecture through the insights. My background is in health, and I think listening today, it's been really interesting how quickly we've moved from the should we shouldn't be part of the AI conversation, which imbued the space and certainly helped not even 2 years ago, to how do we use. And I've been lucky enough to be on the receiving side, the implementing side, of the great work that both of these partners are doing. So really excited about what's to come.
Thank you, good panel members. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's jump into our first question. And it's a doozy. But I think for the sake of this being a fireside chat in exploration of thought, I'd like to pose this question to all of our panel members. How can Africa overcome compute and infrastructure limitations to deploy impactful AI solutions? This is a general question. I am open to us exploring on that basis, so I'd invite each of you to comment on that question.
Having worked on a number of projects where we are implementing AI
right? Like you don't get the data center first and then figure out talent. Talent has to figure out first. And when you focus on talent, you're able to figure out what kind of use cases you can develop. So prior to Cassava, the first DGX, which is a mini NVIDIA GPU, it has about 8 nodes. The first one that we had on the continent was only 2 years ago. And that was a $250,000 investment. And I remember when that came in 2 years ago, we were all super excited that it was around. But that only came about because Tunisia had the talent in order to leverage that type of compute. So it really depends on what do you want to develop, why do you want to develop it, and how do you want to develop it. And that will determine what type of compute you should be looking into leveraging. I'm sure Chaim can speak more to that.
So I think the important thing, very similar to our cassava overall strategy, was can we just get started? Okay. Because the biggest thing that I've heard throughout the conversations is constantly talking about constraints. Okay. So the first thing we've now attacked as a problem statement is, can we remove some of the infrastructure constraints? So the first one, GPU compute is going to be available in the very near future, like in next year, February. Okay. Second thing we always talked about is the concept around network connectivity and latency. Okay? So we've built on our current network. We also have the network that connects the African countries. So we're not always dependent on the international circuits. Okay? If you look at our expansion plans, yes, we're starting in South Africa, but we will take compute, GPU compute, to Kenya, Nigeria, Morocco, Egypt, and there was talk about some of the numbers, about 12,000 GPUs. Will that ever be enough? We don't know. Okay? I think it's a safe bet to say probably not. But if we don't get started, nobody will move forward in any shape, way, or form.
Ladies and gentlemen, those were pearls of wisdom. I like the fact that we've explored the concept of saying, let's look at our reality as Africa. We always caucus, we always plan getting started. I like the fact that we've explored a systematic approach to our reality, ensuring that it is structured, ensuring that we have a design which is truly African. I'd like to also invite the audience for the next question as a show of hands. How many of you have cellular phones? How many of those cellular phones are smartphones? Who doesn't have a cell phone? No. On a serious note, good people, consider this. A human brain and a synaptic network of a human brain works on the basis of various, and this is an oversimplification, but various small microchips working in unison and interconnected way. Now, this was a thought experiment to consider that individually we have powerful devices in our hands, but amalgamated and amalgamated into one. That was a thought experiment that actually spoke to quite a lot of the speeches that were held a little bit earlier on in the day, which segues into my next question to our esteemed panelists. We've heard about the concepts of cloud computing. We've heard about the concept of localization as well as edge computing. I would like us to explore what modalities within your frameworks and opinions would be best for the Africa context and our African reality. And have we seen some successes with respect to those modalities which you are exploring? Over to you guys.
So, as an implementer right now, the only strategy we have is hybrid solutions. So, build based on the reality, not to build these kind of white elephant solutions driven by purpose. So, you know, in some instances, maybe you don't have internet connectivity, then let's go edge. Maybe it's intermittent, maybe you've got data privacy issues, so then local cloud. You know, if you need superpower, then let's go international. And I think exactly what you're saying, Mike, about let's just get started, and we've created solutions for each of these scenarios, and I think thinking that any one is necessarily clinical above the rest would be quite short-sighted for what we're doing.
Yeah, thanks for the first sentiment as well. I think it's a combination of all of these, and again, it depends on the use case and the persona. So when it comes to agriculture, edge computing is used a lot, architects and nanos are used a lot, for example. It's $150 to get it started, it's super easy. And then when it comes to success, yes, we have some success. The largest acquisition across EMEA was InstaDeep, which was acquired for $700 million around 2021. So I think success has been indicated.
I'm going to build on this concept of hybrid. Okay, so the one thing we've taken note of, first of all, the one capability we're putting down in Cape Town will be shared. It's going to be multi-tenant, and we know that it's going to be hybrid. So what I mean by hybrid, will we have the capability to plug into clients' data centers, into the hyperscalers, research institutions, academia, etc.? The answer is yes. The capability now brings to life the ability to manufacture based on the concept of vacuum inside a supercomputer, if we want to call it that, and then deploy wherever it's actually needed. So whether that's on a mobile device that needs to work in offline mode in rural areas, or where there's high-speed connectivity. And I think if you look at how connectivity is also changing across the continent and worldwide, and we know about Starlink and all the different ambitions for getting Starlink up and running all over the place, connectivity, I think, is getting less of a problem. But the issue is always going to be, how do I put it in the community's hands? And therefore, you can always design centrally, but deploy anywhere.
Good audience members of the G20 AI Village Summit. These are really, really insightful statements. It's nice that we talk about it conceptually, but look at our reality. Hybridization of a solution is actually the best approach, and the cognitive view of the solution set and where and what you are deploying the solution for is our best strategy. I love the fact that we've expanded on the concept of hybrid in order to humanize it. We have to look at the reality of what the human condition is, what the human requirement is, and then we work around that. So, well vocalized, good panel. I'm going to move on to our last question, as also around Robin, and it has to do with something which is rather human as well. And I'd like to ask and pose the question. As it relates to computing strategies, be it hybrid, localized or otherwise, what would be your advice around the implementation of strategies that ensure ethical, responsible, and inclusive AI development across the continent?
So there's one thing I'm very passionate about, is this whole concept of solving language barriers. All of a sudden we've got the capability now where we can add panels, work with partners, and solve the language barrier issue. Because when we talk about inclusivity, that is very difficult, whether it's healthcare, finance, to converse in your own language, and the person receiving the message receives it in their language, and you can have a conversation, and it gets done in real time. So this whole thing about ethics, how we get to responsible AI, will always be the combination of getting the human factor involved in training and customizer for our communities, our way of thinking, our way of our interaction across the